KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Get me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Well, this should be interesting. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, and YouTube if you want to watch the show. It's a great way to do it. That or the Seattle Sports app or the website, all good ways to watch the show and hang out with us over the course of the morning. Maura's here. Lyle's here. Lyle he was doing the standing in the shower routine before we even got on the air today. I had to pry some words out of him. He was almost comatose in there after last night. I think he's getting ready to drop a season over a bit. I don't know. I don't know if the season's over.
I have a feeling the text line has a little more to say than
Well, I was going to say, I honestly don't know if I can read all the text. First of all, it's an hour show. It's a 4-hour show.
Considering what I saw on Twitter last night, I can only assume, yeah.
The late night texts are a vibe. There's no doubt.
Late Night Mariners texts.
I can't read all these. I can't read. I can't read them all. They are so intense. They are so angry. They've gone so far. I don't know if the bit's funny when every text is ripping the same person. And, there's no real defense. I'm not going to defend the way last night's game played out. It was horrible. It was awful. It was nonsensical. There's no way to make it make sense that I can come up with. The only way to make it all make sense is to say, well, it's a learning experience, and the next time they'll get it right. But the problem with that is that you really don't want to be doing experiments that need that kind of learning curve in a season where you're competing for a World Series. Now, at the end of the day, the Mariners are still 2 back. It's still May 20th, and they're 2 games out in the West. So there's plenty of time for them to turn it around. They haven't lost their season. But nights like last night have the possibility of really being turning points and not in a good way.
I was just going to say, to your point of these aren't the kind of experiments you do in a World Series season, it doesn't feel like it's just about the loss. It feels like it's about the entire vibes of the team.
That's
and the
right.
fact that none of the guys involved in that were happy either.
Well, I think that's exactly right. Why are you taking this risk? Why is the risk there? Forgetting about losing a game. Losing a game in May, on May 19th to the White Sox, okay, like it happens. It's not great. I don't like it. The decision-making was horrific and made no sense and was compounded by the, unfortunate situation where manager goes out to try to make a pitching change and isn't allowed and said afterwards that he didn't know the rule. I mean, that's not a good look, and it certainly adds to the challenges. But to me, this isn't about losing the game last night. I'm just not going to come in here and flip out about losing a baseball game. It's that you didn't give yourself the best chance to win that game. You didn't control your controllables. And you risked. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how all the players feel. I haven't crawled inside Bryce Miller's head or Luis Castillo's or anybody else or Andres Munoz or anybody else who was not put in an ideal position to succeed last night. I have not crawled into any of their heads. I don't know how they feel. And I don't know how their 23 teammates feel this morning. I don't know whether they wake up and go, what in the world are we doing? Or if they say, yeah, that didn't work, but I think I understand what the plan is moving forward. All of that depends on the internal communication, which we're not privy to. I can only tell you that if I woke up this morning and if I were on that 26-man roster, you'd have a real time convincing me that we gave ourselves the best opportunity to win the night before and that this is a good plan moving forward. Some late night Mariners text, piggyback, schmiggyback. If they really want to piggyback, do it with Logan and Castillo. Both are only good for 3 to 4 innings anyway. Piggyback them.
I mean, that's honestly a good point at this marker.
If I'm Bryce Miller, I'm going, what did I do? Why do I have to get piggybacked? What me? I haven't done anything worthy of being piggybacked. Well, I'm last to the party here because I was hurt. Sorry. But now I got to get piggybacked because of it? Bryce did not look happy in the postgame conversation. I don't know whether he was upset or not. I'm not in his head, but he didn't look happy. Failure. This piggyback thing was doomed from the jump. I'm thoroughly unimpressed. I understand we're injured, but come on. You let Luis start the 9th? That could not have been more stupid, and it cost us a win and possibly a series to one of the worst teams in baseball. Well, they're not, actually, as it turns out. Turns out the White Sox this year, right now, one of the better teams in the American League. But that's beside the point. You're more talented than them. You should be better than them. And, yeah, the manager made decisions that didn't work and weren't really backed by a lot of logic. So how is a piggyback supposed to save your bullpen again? I forget. That's a good text. I can't argue with that. I mean, this is, again, kind of the worst of all situations. You lose. You've made people upset, both on the team and in the fan base. And the whole point of trying to save your bullpen, you use your 2 best leverage arms. You used Ferrer to get out of the 6th, and you used Munoz to try to get out of the 9th. So you still ended up using 2 guys from your pen.
Situation when it just seemed like he was kind of getting back on track.
And it seemed like for Munoz, like either he's available or he's not. If he wasn't available and the plan was, no, we're sticking with Luis Castillo, fine. If the plan was, hey, we can use Munoz if there's a big situation, well, then a 1-run game in the 9th is that situation. Especially after Luis was pretty iffy in the 8th. And especially with the top of the order coming up. I just don't understand.
And I see the crowd that says it doesn't matter. The offense didn't hit, so that's the bigger problem. I can't get on board with that.
Control what you can control.
Yeah.
You can't control whether or not you get a hit. It's just not entirely in your control. The decisions you make are all your own. It's the difference between an ace against you in tennis and hitting a ball 30 feet past on just a straight forehand or hitting a ball straight into the net. There's a reason in tennis they call them unforced errors. You don't get an unforced error when you lose a point. You still lose the point, but you say, hey, that guy also has, good stuff. He's got a forehand. He's got a backhand. He's got a serve, and he beat me on this one. But when you hit the ball directly into the net, you're not giving yourself much of a chance. And I think that's much more frustrating. Am I annoyed that they only had 1 hit? Of course. But some games go like that. Sometimes you're in a 1-0 game late. That's a baseball season. Some games are 1-0. This is not something you see in a baseball season. A bizarre decision to pull a pitcher who's at 72 pitches because you've agreed upon this ridiculous piggyback thing.
Yeah, we're getting more of the 1-hit text. And also, we know that last night or the night before was a rarity. They have been awful against left-handed pitching this year. So when you have a pitching performance like Miller turned in, you can't mess it up.
Some games, unfortunately, are 1-0. Are there too many games? Yeah, you've been 1 hit twice in the last 3 games. So obviously, that's not good enough. No one's sitting here saying it is. But 1 hit at that point was enough to win you the game heading into the 9th. Unfortunately, these bizarre circumstances that you created for yourself conspired to make it not be enough. It really, as a Mariner fan, there's so many. Again, I can't read them all. And just in fairness to Dan, I'm not going to read hundreds of texts. saying to fire him and move on and that he can't do it. There's a reactionary element that I don't feel is fair to just read every one of them, but I see them all. I understand the frustration today. I think I've been pretty clear that I don't love a lot of the in-game decision-making that's been made for the last 2 years now. Didn't like it at the beginning, much of last year, obviously in the postseason. Some of this season and last night just felt like a bit of a amalgamation of all of it. Like, it gets summed up in this one game that just didn't make a lot of sense. And Dan has his strengths, right? I mean, we've talked through this a lot. Dan has his strengths in the way he communicates and the way he's at least with the team, the what he's done to kind of get the team going. I get it. It worked really well, especially at the beginning. Clubhouse seemed to really, really benefit from his style. But you're asking him, I think, in this case, to do something that is not his strength. And then he's having to ask guys to do something that they don't really want to do. So none of it really makes sense. Whether it's on Dan, whether it's on the front office, I don't really know who it is. But none of it made a lot of sense. It doesn't make, if it's Dan, then it doesn't make a lot of sense to handle the game the way you did. If the front office was telling him what to do, well, then Dan's got strengths, but he's not the right person to try to manage his way through this in a game. So put all of that together, and I don't understand what last night was. And more, I think you're right. It's not about the loss, obviously. You can handle losing games, especially in May. Like, okay, whatever. But the way it was lost, the decision-making, and the potential for what it could lead to, and I don't know what it's going to do. Maybe it galvanizes them, and they show up today, and they win 12-1, and we all move on and forget this whole thing ever happened. I hope that's what happens. But I don't love the vibes. Don't love what I heard from people afterwards. Don't love the vibes. Don't love the reaction. Don't love the tension. I don't love any of what you heard after the game and what you saw with your eyes if you were watching. I think those things are a little bit scary. Little bit scary if I'm a Mariner fan today. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, including some of that sound from the game, Dan's defense. It's coming up on Brock and Salk.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle Sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Let's talk real for a sec. Summer is supposed to be about sunshine and kids having fun. But when the kids are home all day, that grocery bill, it grow fast. That's why I want you to know about Sunbucks and why our friends at Safeway are helping get the word out. If your family qualifies, you can receive $120 per child to spend on groceries this summer. Food in your cart and a little less pressure on that budget. And let me be clear about this. There's no catch, no judgment. This program is simply about making sure kids have enough to eat when school is out. Here's the important part. Many families are enrolled automatically, and a card may already be headed to your mailbox. But some families do need to apply depending on income and where you live. So take a couple minutes and check. Visit freesummermeals.org. That's freesummermeals.org. Safeway, looking out for your family this summer. Once again, that's freesummermeals.org.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. If you're building decks in Puget Sound this season, you need materials you can trust and a supplier who delivers. Par Lumber carries premium TimberTech and Trex composite and PVC decking, railing, and lighting. Visit par.com to learn more. Par, where the builders go.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Rev up family fun this month at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Bring the kids for hands-on learning and creativity at Family Steam Day. Design, build, tinker, and learn together as automobiles come to life in the Education Studio and Family Zone. Visitors under the age of 18 receive free admission on Family Steam Days. For dates, times, and details on these and many more events, visit americascarmuseum.org. That's americascarmuseum.org.
Smalls here. Look, in sports, the best teams know when to make their move, and Sherwin-Williams is making theirs with their Memorial Day sale. We're talking 30% off paints and stains May 15th through the 28th. You know, I've been looking at these studio walls, and I'm thinking I wouldn't mind a little more red in here. Just get that Cardinal spirit going. Definitely like that. Order online and get everything delivered right to your door or swing by your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. And you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Mariners and White Sox this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. We know this, Shannon. When the weather warms, our baseball team's bats usually get a little hotter. We also know that maybe we've been sitting around and we try to crank things to 100 and our bodies don't quite react. As the weather gets warmer, do you see more folks at IRG?
Absolutely, Brock. You know, you just mentioned it. As the weather warms up, people think they need to get outside, which is great. But sometimes they get outside, they start too fast, too quick, and they don't warm up. They don't stretch. They don't do preparation. If you find yourself in that situation where maybe you overdid it, you're hurt, you got a bruise, a bump, an ache, get a hold of us at IRG PT. We'll do a free injury screening, and we'll give you some guidance, some recommendations to keep you on your path of healthy function, pain-free activity.
How cool is that? A free screening for you and no referral needed. Just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit IRGPT.com and schedule your appointment today. Over 40 convenient locations. IRG's in your neighborhood. IRGPT.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, ambitious dreams don't need a big payment. Lease the 26 Corolla Gas for just $219 a month or the hybrid for $249 a month with only $29.99 due at signing. The Corolla Cross Gas at $269 a month with $29.99 due at signing. Or level up to the Camry at $299 a month with $39.99 due at signing. All three leases, 36 months. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Offers valid through June 1st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Still planning your summer vacation? Tired of airports and long drives? Anacortes Yacht Charters has a better option. Cruise the San Juan Islands aboard a fully equipped yacht. Take the helm of a bareboat charter or hire a skipper to explore on your terms. Quiet coves, lively harbors, no schedules. Just a tide guide and a sense of adventure. With a fleet of 50 powerboats and sailboats, AYC has options for groups large and small, from beginner to old salt. Start your San Juan adventure at ayc.com/KIRO.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, that is a really, really, really bad loss. The Mariners lose a game last night, and it was very much of their own choosing, I think, and that's maybe the most frustrating part of it. Losses are obviously going to happen over the course of a baseball season, but that one was a bit unique. It was a bit unique, and they did it to themselves. They didn't control the controllables. It started so well. Bryce Miller dominated, not allowing a hit until the 6th inning, and then exiting after 5 2/3. He was great.
The windup and the 0-2 to Kelnick. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That's going to retire the side. What a night for Bryce Miller. That is strikeout number 8 on the evening for Bryce. He has gone 5 scoreless innings. The White Sox without a hit.
Yeah, he was really, really good. He gives up the hit. He exits after 5 2/3 for Ferrer. He'd only thrown 72 pitches, but that was the piggyback. So then Luis Castillo comes in, was great in the 7th, not as good in the 8th, and then in the 9th, total disaster as he walks a couple of guys. Munoz has to come in with 2 men on. The offense couldn't do anything. You're managing a run on just 1 hit. Nothing about it was good.
Yeah, tough one to lose late tonight. I thought especially difficult the way the guys pitched tonight. Got the 1 run early. I thought we did a good job putting a lot of pitches on K early. But then he was able to kind of settle in and it was a little bit tougher as the game went on. Just not able to get too much going on after that first inning there. Bryce was throwing the ball extremely well. Ferrer did a really nice job getting us out of it. And then, Rock continued to throw the ball well. Just weren't able to hold on to it in the end. And that's a tough one to lose.
Yeah, I don't know. That explanation doesn't fully do it for me. It just, why is Castillo out there in the 9th inning? Dan was asked.
I mean, I think, again, we talked about before, the game started that, different scenarios exist in this, the piggyback situation. And, Rock had gotten in there a little bit later. So, and we felt really comfortable with Rock out there, especially the way he was throwing the ball. And it just didn't go our way there in the 9th.
Was Munoz available or not? If he's available, he should start the 9th. If he's not available, then he probably shouldn't be in the game. Right? It's confusing, and I don't fully get it. M's now 23-27. They're 2 back of the A's, who won last night. Series finale will be today, 1:10 start. Emerson Hancock against Sean Burke. And no, not the old hockey goalie.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Roger Goodell spoke to the media from the league meetings in Orlando yesterday, was asked if the owners have been updated on the progress of the sale here in Seattle, and disputed the reports that it had been soft. He said there have been some reports that I would say are not accurate with respect to the amount of interest. It's exactly the opposite. It's actually been tremendous interest in the team, but obviously there was not much of an update in terms of who or when or anything like that. So we'll continue to wait and see who steps up to purchase the Seahawks.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And since all of the news, at least to start, need to know was bad, let's go with something great. Best news I read all day yesterday. Rumors of the PGA Tour considering a stop here in the Northwest beginning in 2028. Sports Business Journal reporting an announcement was expected soon. Some changes to the tour's schedule, and one possibility is it'll finally start making a regular appearance here in the Seattle area. There are only so many courses that can handle that sort of thing. Sahalee has been the site of major championships and senior tour championship, and that was the course that was mentioned in the report. Obviously, Chambers Bay hosted the U.S. Open in 2015. Snoqualmie Ridge hosts the Boeing every year. So there are some options out there, not to mention some other private clubs probably. But it is hard. You need to have enough length and fan access in order to make it work in today's game. But pretty cool. I would love this. This would make me incredibly happy. And probably not the only one. Maybe one or two out there as well. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. It was not that long ago that everything was celebratory. Everyone was excited. Colt Emerson, and by the way, it was cool to see him play shortstop last night. He looked very comfortable, very natural over there. That was awesome, and looking forward to seeing more of that in the years to come. What can we be excited about with Colt? And where is this team at? All questions we had for Jeff Passan. The answers are next.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here. When it rains this time of year, it can cause real trouble for groundwater around your house, right? The soil around your home starts to become saturated. Water can make its way into your crawl space. You don't even know. Well, that's why you call Crawl Pros, right? Because they'll come out and they will go where you don't want to, certainly where I don't want to, into your crawl space. They'll take on the attic at the same time. They can make sure that if groundwater gets in there, it's not causing structural damage or even worse, toxic mold. Yeah, they've got a plan for that. They can do a water drainage system, sump pumps, and reroute all that water outside of your home's footprint back where it belongs. So don't take the risk. Do what I did. Have Crawl Pros come out. They'll do a free corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space, and they'll check your attic at the same time. Make sure you've got proper insulation. Make sure there's no signs of rodents or mold or anything like that. If you're worried anything's going on in your crawl space or your attic, critters, damaged insulation, water intrusion, or mold, whatever, call Crawl Pros and schedule your free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code SHOT to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code BUDGET to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code BUDGET to borrow up to $10,000. Use code BUDGET to borrow up to $10,000.
Go ahead, take the leap. Upgrade your pad with Snohomish PUD. Trim your energy costs and cozy up your home with rebates on windows, insulation, heat pumps, and more. Get the jump on comfort and savings you'll enjoy for years. Snohomish PUD has helped customers save energy and money for over 45 years. Don't wait. Hop over to snowpud.com/rebates.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
My first car sale was from Michigan. I get this lead. This guy had been looking for this very specific truck across the whole U.S., and he's concerned about rust. And I'm like, why don't we FaceTime? I will crawl beneath the truck. I literally was on my back beneath this vehicle, showing him all the welds that he wanted to see. He agreed, put down a deposit, held the truck, flew out that night from Michigan. I picked him up at the airport. He had his cashier's check. We went through everything, and that was my first car sale. So here's the catch. If you're willing to put a limit on what you're willing to do to be a good person, to help somebody out, or to help in the community, then that limit exists. So you don't. You just do what it takes to be the type of person you want to be and to help people like you hope that they would help you. And it doesn't matter. You just do what it takes.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options, the Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Good morning, Jeffrey Passan.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
I'll tell you what. After a rough day yesterday of talking about some of the real challenges facing the Mariners this year, and there are many of them, and we'll talk about them with you this morning, it was just so darn cool to see Colt Emerson last night. And in 2 games, he's looked awesome. Even without the home run, it would have been super exciting. But to see that last night, put the game out of reach, it was one heck of a 2-day debut for Colt Emerson.
It's really nice when somebody as talented as him gets off to a start like that. And I know it's only 1 hit, and I know that there's going to be lots of rough patches here because he's 20 years old and in the big leagues. But in that moment, it's like we saw what Colt Emerson can be. He's never going to be the guy who hits the enormous, majestic home runs. He's just going to be a guy who sprays line drives everywhere. And that one was a line shot. If he had hit it to a deeper part of the park, it would have been a double and not a home run. But he happened to pull it perfectly, and I think people went appropriately nuts over it because you are going to see a lot more home runs from Colt Emerson over the next decade.
Gunnar Henderson versus Colt Emerson. Good comp?
No.
No?
Gunner's just way bigger, like Colt Emerson to me is just a more athletic guy than Gunnar. And Colt, really from the start of his career, bat ball has been a very good quality for him. And Gunnar Henderson, if you look at the batting average and the on-base percentage, he has sort of evolved into more of a slugger at this point. So I am not going to throw a Bobby Witt comp on Colt Emerson, even though the sizes are the same. I'm not going to throw a Jacob Wilson comp on him because even if the bat ball is really good, I think Colt Emerson can take a walk. I think he has more power potential. I do wonder if he can be a Dansby Swanson type, or I don't know if he's going to have the power and the speed, but a Zach Neto type. Gunner's like a Cal Ripken size shortstop.
Okay.
They both swing left-handed. They are both extremely talented, but I don't know that Colt Emerson has 40 home run ceiling. I think Gunnar Henderson is, to me, Colt Emerson, if he settles in the 20 to 25 home run area, puts the ball in play a lot, plays a decent. I know he's a third base right now, but he's a shortstop long term. Plays a good shortstop. Then you're talking about a franchise type player there. Yeah. When you have one already in center field and when you have one already behind the plate, that's great teams are built. It's when you can go all around the diamond, but particularly up the middle. And for the guy who every year at the beginning of the year, you say to yourself reasonably, this guy could be an all-star this year.
It was, we got a chance to see him, Jeff, in spring training and in the minor leagues. And, usually it's like grainy Sasquatch footage or whatever. Seeing him on a big league field with big league camera work and all of it, It was pretty astounding to watch the quality of his at-bats. I still can't fathom how he was running a 27% strikeout rate in AAA this year, other than that I guess his wrist was bothering him, because from what I've seen in 2 games, I can't imagine, like, his hands are so quick. His eye is great, and going up against Major League pitching for the first time, he might have offered the best at-bat I've seen from a Mariner in the last 3 weeks.
No, and it's, all of that 20 years old is the thing. They're just some guys, Mike, who have it.
Yep.
And they have it really early on in their career, and you can tell. And one at bat, the one you just mentioned, can really, I think, set the tone for what the player can be. You want a guy who can battle. You want a guy who's going to be able to spit on close pitches. You want a guy who can spoil balls. You want a guy who has any of those qualities. I think Colt Emerson has all of them. And that's the exciting part about it, because you know that those are the at-bats just absolutely wear down pitchers. Not just physically, but psychologically. Like if you have this premium stuff, which I would say a majority of pitchers in the big leagues these days do, just really good, like nasty stuff, and you can't put a guy away, not only is that at bat going to, extend 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus pitches, but it's going to have a demonstrable effect on the ones that come after it too. And when you can get that somebody who can't take a drink legally at this point, you're looking at something potentially really special.
Can you vision a Cole Young, Colt Emerson, middle of the infield? You mentioned Julio behind, but what can that do for a franchise with 2 very young 20-somethings? Who else has that in baseball?
2 young guys up the middle.
Because right now, Jeff, Cole Young, by the metrics, outsaved and in the eye test and what we're watching, is the best defensive second baseman in baseball. If you pair what Colt can do defensively at shortstop, eventually when that day comes, whether it's this year or next year, with him, who can put a 22-year-old and a 20 and 21-year-old next to each other up the middle and have that kind of playmaking?
Of that quality?
Yeah.
You could look at Cincinnati with Ellie De La Cruz and Matt McClain, Xavier Edwards and Otto Lopez in Miami are pretty good. Mm-hmm. And I'll be curious to see like who gets paired with Kevin McGonigal, for example, or who locks down the second base job with Connor Griffin. 2 more guys who, like Colt Emerson, signed really big contract extensions that are going to keep them with their teams for a while. But right now, I'd say that McClain and Ellie are probably the standard there. Mm-hmm. And it's a really good pair. I'm not sure that at the end of the day, we're going to see that potential ceiling that Ellie De La Cruz has out of Colt Emerson, but we could be somewhere in the neighborhood. And I think Cole Young, frankly, has a chance to be a better second baseman than Matt McClain. So we might be looking at the best middle infield in baseball 2 or 3 years down the road. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing for Mariners to dream on.
To go with Cal Raleigh and Julio Rodriguez and a whole bunch of pitching and more on the way, it is a pretty exciting time.
Every week, guys, before I come on, you run that clip of me saying this has a chance to be the best stretch of Seattle Mariners baseball in the franchise's history. This is why. This is what we've been waiting for. This is why at the trade deadline or in the offseason, when there are opportunities to move those young players, the Mariners have been extremely disciplined in not doing so. And, it doesn't always work out, particularly on the pitching side, which is part of the marvel of what the Mariners have become, that, a lot of the pitchers that they brought up have actually worked out. But more than that, it's the position guys. It's the ones who you want to play 150 plus games a year. And knowing that they're in the lineup and knowing that they are as solid as they are, it gives you a good feeling and a really high floor more than anything.
So,
because,
Jeff,
what are we dealing with?
Jeff, with
this
all
year?
that being said, how are they 23 and 26?
I don't know.
I mean, everything you just said, I
Yeah.
agree with. And then I watch the games, and I'm like, ugh. There's been a lot of not great baseball played over the first month and a half, almost 2 months now of the season.
We're at the point now where we're almost, at the end of the week, we're going to be about a third of the way through the season, guys. And there's been no point that I've watched the Mariners this year where I've said to myself, boy, this is a really good baseball team. You see stretches, you see bits and pieces, that if it all comes together at the same time, that it's gonna bear fruit. And I look at the run differential too. The Padres just wiped the floor with the Mariners. Mariners actually have better run differential than the Padres. Padres are 11 games over 500. Mariners are 3 games under. And so it shows the nature of baseball that even if a team should be something, even if a team looks like it could be something, this team hasn't been. And for me, as much as anything, guys, it goes back to those close games. They are 6-11 in one-run games this season. They are 1-4 in extra innings this season. It's not great, and it's a little surprising, frankly, that through almost a third of the season we haven't seen that Mariners team yet, even if the talent feels like it's better than the one we saw last year.
You piggyback guy, Passan? Piggyback Passan?
Yeah. I'm not a fan of the piggyback. Are we talking the physical piggyback or the baseball piggyback? Both.
This is your canvas. You paint it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm down with the human piggyback. I appreciate it. I'm more like a chicken fight in the pool guy than a full-on piggyback. But
well, I mean, between you and Timmy and Ken Rosenthal, like you guys all can. I mean, you're bigger than a few of those guys, but you could jump on a back, no problem.
I'm bigger than all of them. Come on, those two.
How about piggyback?
I mean, I understand. I'm not cutting an intimidating figure out here, but you're comparing me to two guys who are 5'4". Don't do that. Don't do me dirty like that, bro.
I'm sorry, my bad. That's messed up. How about tonight?
In terms of baseball,
how about tonight?
In terms of baseball piggybacking, no, I don't like it, but I understand it. Generally speaking, the baseball piggyback is much more of a minor league thing where teams are looking to get starter-like reps for pitchers, but you can only start 5 guys in a typical rotation, or maybe 6 guys. So, at the big league level, I suppose it's a luxury to be able to do that, and you could do so effectively if things go according to plan, and you're able to get your bullpen a day of rest.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I know starting pitchers do not like doing it.
Is this kind of a savvy way? I know we chatted with you for a few weeks leading up to this point, kind of the crossroads you're going to be at. What are you going to do with Luis? Is this kind of maybe a savvy way to gently evolve him into being a bullpen guy without saying it out loud?
I mean, that's sort of presupposing that Luis Castillo doesn't see what's going on right now and isn't aware of it. I don't feel like you can hide the ball from the guy here. To me, rather than saying like, hey, we're going to do a piggyback here, and it's going to be just like starting. And then to transition eventually from that to, hey, this releasing, you're pretty good at it, wink, wink, nod, nod. And then to go from there to, we're moving you to the bullpen.
That's really
Luis Castillo, he understands the writing on the wall here, and I think he understands that if he doesn't get better, then bullpen's probably the ultimate destination for him. So more than anything, it's like he's pitching for his job at this point. And it's not just his job, guys. The whole tricky part comes down to identity. and comes down to roll in the way that this isn't just a baseball only thing. This is in sports. Like, you have in your mind a defined idea, not necessarily of who you are, but of what you are. And everything you do is built around that. So when that gets taken away, some guys can make the transition really well. Like Antonio Senzatella this year with the Colorado Rockies has been one of the worst starters in Major League Baseball over the last few seasons. Like a 6.6 ERA last year. He got moved to the bullpen this year, and lo and behold, he's been like a multi-inning guy, and I think the Rockies have done an excellent and effective job of using him in a role that you just typically don't see now, like a multi-inning guy who's participating in games you're winning, as opposed to just like a mop-up guy who's eating innings. And he's got a 1.2 ERA. So it's absolutely possible to make that transition. And I suppose we just pointed a guy like John Smoltz. He was a starter, and granted, he went to the bullpen because he was coming off Tommy John surgery, but he made a tremendous back end of his career in the bullpen. And it is possible. You just have to be very judicious in the way that you approach it with the player.
Talking to Jeff Passan, as we do every week. Cal on the shelf since we've spoken last. Brendan Donovan back on the shelf since we've spoken last, both with core injuries. Your level of concern?
I'm not going to say high, because I feel like if the extent of the injuries was greater, then core injuries can take a little bit more time to come back from, because their ability to recur is quite strong. And when you're dealing with soft tissue, as opposed to ligaments or tendons, exacerbating that injury, it's like if you strain a hamstring and you come back too quick, it might pop again. This is not an acute thing like a broken bone getting hit on the wrist, or like a ligament tearing where it's going to be done. Like, soft tissue has to be monitored very, very carefully. And so my alarm is not high at this point, but I think the players need to understand that they need to be mindful about that. And especially Brendan Donovan, who, throughout the course of his career has not been a particularly injury-prone guy, but this is two so far. And it's nice that the Mariners have a Colt Emerson waiting in the wings to solve their problems, where, frankly, as good as Brendan Donovan has been this year, like we know Colt Emerson's not going to be your typical replacement player. Like, this is not a zero-win player. This is a guy who, over the course of the full season, looks like he's going to be, at least early in his career, a 2 to 3 win player, and has a lot more in the tank. So my concern isn't all that high right now, but I want to see how they handle it too before I can really answer that question.
A couple weeks ago, you calmed, I think, some concern that we had watching Logan Gilbert outing after outing just not be the Logan Gilbert of a couple years ago and coming off the injury last year. And you kind of pointed to pitch quality and said, well, hold on a second. His stuff is still really good. It's just been some bad luck in the home run ball. It's been now a couple weeks since then, a couple other outings that have been rough. What is the concern level for Logan?
I am still not concerned. Listen, I might be one of those guys who's late to the party on this, but would rather be late and wrong than presumptuous and wrong, because the guy's got a body of work that spans half a decade now. Been, it's been excellent. I don't have to tell you guys how good Logan Gilbert's been throughout his Mariners career. And then I look at the pitch metrics, and he's still grading as high as he has throughout his career, right? So what I did before coming on here is I looked at all 11 home runs that Logan Gilbert's given up this year. And almost every one of them has something in common. They are pitches right over the middle of the plate. And that if you want to make the case that Logan Gilbert is leaving too many pitches in the heart of the plate, and that, with hitters as good as they are these days, that you cannot do that because they're going to get punished, I cede that to you. I think that is fair. He is missing too much. But I think that can be fixed, right? Logan Gilbert, over his entire career, it's not George Kirby command, but it's well above average command compared to the average major league pitcher. And I think those mistakes have just been disproportionately taken advantage of this year. And as long as he's keeping the ball on the corners a little bit more, he's going to find himself in a lot more effective place.
Jeff, why are there so many bad teams? It's horrific. Well, I'm looking at the American League. It's awful, and the National League's not that much better. Why are there so many bad teams?
I think the part that bugs me is that there really aren't a lot of good teams.
Right.
I
just was looking through the Mariners' schedule. I was like, okay, Cal's going to be out. What if he and Donovan are out a month? Who are they going to face? Bad team, mediocre team, It's shocking how bad. I mean, the Mariners, as bad as they've played, could be in first place tonight.
Yeah. Who do you have on your bad team list in the American League?
Oh, gosh. Man. Who's not on the bad team list?
Who do you have in the baseball, media Royal Rumble that you're throwing out of the ring?
Bad is maybe an exaggeration, but you look at it right now. Angels are bad. Astros are bad. The Rangers are mediocre. The Royals are bad.
The Rangers, I think the Rangers are better than mediocre. They're not a bad team. They're not a bad team.
I didn't say they were bad. I said they were mediocre. The Royals are bad. The Tigers might be bad. The Twins are bad.
I don't think the Tigers are bad. Yeah, the Twins are pretty bad. The Twins have played okay baseball this year.
They've played okay.
It's amazing that
okay, so they're mediocre. The White Sox have been playing some good ball, credit where it's due, but they're a mediocre team at best. Even the Guardians are good, but they're not great. The Red Sox have been bad. The Orioles are bad and getting worse. By the way, if you've ever want to entertain yourself, follow Jason LaConfora on Twitter and see his comments about Mike Elias. It's truly a remarkable thing to read. Blue Jays have not been good, even though they're supposed to be. And then obviously the Yankees and Rays are good. What a terrible league.
Yeah, the American League sucks. I'm with you on that.
How could it possibly be that bad?
Yeah. I also didn't think the Rays were good. Earlier this year, I heard from a number of people who were like, I think the Rays are going to be bad this year. And here they are with the best record in baseball. That's the beauty of this game, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, a team that has no high-paid players, that has, you could argue, one star in Junior Caminero, even if, to baseball nerds, Yandy Diaz and Jonathan Aranda and Shane McClanahan and Drew Rasmussen and others would qualify. But really, it's Junior Caminero, and he barely registers on the radar, I imagine, of people in Seattle. And here they are, 31-15. They're just a really, really well-run organization.
Well, and they've managed to make some of these atypical, non-traditional moves kind of work. And he brings up the Griffin Jacks experiment, and we'll see where that ends up. But, again, they're sort of forced into that position. The Mariners aren't. And I think all of it makes last night just more and more confusing. And I'm very curious to see where this heads next, because you had some really angry-looking people coming off the mound and in their post-game press conferences. No one seemed to be enjoying the good vibes last night at all, and I'm not really sure what happens after that. So, all right, what did we see? Why was it problematic, and what could possibly happen next? It's all coming up on Brock and Salk.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
Spring is a season homeowners start improving their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. If your home needs roofing, siding, new windows, gutters, or decking, our team can take care of it all. For a limited time, save up to $3,000 on a new roof, siding, deck, or windows project. Planning multiple upgrades? Combine your projects and save even more. Or with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. You can start your project now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Summer starts at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Go electric and go smart. The 26BZ with 0% financing for 72 months, plus up to $5,000 in loyalty cash. Or the Prius plug-in hybrid leasing at $399 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Or finance at 1.99% APR. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through June 1st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Still planning your summer vacation? Tired of airports and long drives? Anacortes Yacht Charters has a better option. Cruise the San Juan Islands aboard a fully equipped yacht. Take the helm of a bareboat charter or hire a skipper to explore on your terms. Quiet coves, lively harbors, no schedules. Just a tide guide and a sense of adventure. With a fleet of 50 powerboats and sailboats, AYC has options for groups large and small, from beginner to old salt. Start your San Juan adventure at ayc.com/KIRO.
Dave Wyman here with an interesting story. A woman was about to donate a box of jewelry, but her friend told her, take it to Bellevue Rare Coins first. She walked out with a check that far exceeded her expectations. Old jewelry, coin collections, gold watches, necklaces, and pendants. It's worth finding out what those items are worth during such a strong market. Before you give anything away, get it checked out at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, and Tacoma. Go to BellevueRareCoins.com.
Woodworker, check. Metalworker or material handler, check. Equipment Sales and Surplus in Auburn offers competitive pricing on leading brands like Jet, Powermatic, Wilton, Bailey, and others. Whether you're a hobbyist or a fabrication shop needing metal forming machines, they have hundreds of machines and accessories. The only dealer offering scratch and dent and discounted items. Check them out in Auburn. EquipmentSalesandSurplus.com. Your go-to for woodworking, metalworking, or material handling. That's EquipmentSalesandSurplus.com.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy. But with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half, plus try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone, all for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as a $324.26. Taxes, fees extra, $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates do apply.
Calling all car enthusiasts. Fuel your weekend at Tacoma Cars and Coffee, hosted at LeMay. America's Car Museum. Cars, community, and fresh coffee for all makes and models. This event is completely free to attend. No RSVP required. Bring your family, bring your friends, and show off your favorite ride. For dates, times, and more, visit americascarmuseum.org. That's americascarmuseum.org.
The NFL schedule dropped, and it's time to settle up. There's road trips to plan, hotels to book, tickets to split, tailgates to cover, scores to settle, all the things for the season. But now, when you send $10 or more to a friend with PayPal by May 28th, you could win 2 tickets to every home game of your favorite team. Yep, the whole season. Visit PayPal.com/P2P sweeps. No purchase necessary. See website for details, including how to enter by mail. Brought to you by PayPal, official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL.
At Wrangler, we know the essential question for any guy is, can I go like this? It could be date night, boys' night, work, or your nephew's school play. It could be anything. And the last thing you want to do is change. That's why Wrangler makes jeans, shirts, jackets, and tees that answer yes to life's essential question. You can go in Wrangler. Check out our latest styles today at Wrangler.com. Wrangler for the ride of life.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Eward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Eward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Good morning, Brock. Think we're done with the piggyback?
Good morning, Michael.
I couldn't even read through a lot of the late night Mariner texts because they were too late night, if that makes sense. They were not fit for radio this morning. A lot of very angry people out there.
I can imagine that one had to ratchet up the anger level to the season high.
Oh,
that had to be
sure.
That had to be a season high, just because of everything that seemingly could have worked was working. Bryce was absolutely dealing, Saul. He was as filthy as he's been, and man, was he hot when he came off. Oh, was he hot like a Texarkana rattlesnake hot. I'm just pissed, right? You could see him shaking his head. He didn't want any part of that, and I love that. And ultimately, I think that was, in that moment, the right decision. You bring lefty in, Frere gets the big power hitter out, and then, here comes Luis. 3 up, 3 down,
Tremendous.
Upper 90s, unbelievable 7th, a little shaky 8th. And what are we going to do in the 9th? What are we going to do? And it was, and baseball is so remarkable in this way, Saul, because Jerry's up in the booth early with Goldie and Angie and Ryan Roland Smith, and he's talking through this piggyback thing, and ultimately he's like, hope we kind of score some runs, kind of make it a little easier on everybody. Oh, no, one hit. No.
If you're going to try something difficult and new, the baseball gods are going to make sure that whatever holes in the plan exist, you're going to be forced to reckon with all of them.
Yes.
And the piggyback is difficult to pull off under the best of circumstances. We heard that from Passan yesterday.
Sure.
It requires a lot of buy-in. It requires perfect communication.
Yep.
And then it's got to have, it's going to lead to some extra decisions made along the way. And then it's got to work, because if it doesn't, it could blow up and
then when
actually
your offense
be
does
worse.
Nothing. It just it heats all that up in the cauldron.
Of course it does. But by the end of it, Bryce pitches great. He comes out too early. He's mad. Or maybe he came out too late. I guess you could debate whether he came out too early or too late.
Well, you can't take him out with a no-hitter.
But what if he had one hit? You would have taken him out after 4 or 5? That doesn't make any sense either. He was dealing. Well, you can take him out at 45 pitches because he had gotten through them too quickly. So that doesn't make any sense. So what? Because he had a no hit, that doesn't make sense. Luis pitched great for 1 inning, but never should have started the 9th. And if he did, he probably should have finished the 9th. Because you still end up using 2 of your leverage arms, which is supposed to be the whole point of the piggyback. And I understand why they went to Ferrer. I mean, I get it. You want to try to finish out the inning. You're almost viewing it as 2 separate games. But if you're viewing it as 2 separate games, why aren't you bringing Munoz in to start the 9th? Then you lose. Now guys are mad, or at least they sure appeared to be. Bryce Miller did anyway. The fan base, from what I can tell, is furious. I keep coming back to this. This is all unnecessary. This is all just unnecessary. These are the things, these are the experiments you do when you're in a rebuild or when you need to take chances. Not when you're in, we believe we can win the World Series mode. I don't know why you are taking unnecessary risk, because there may have been a world in which this worked. Of course. You were 2 outs away from a shutout.
If they score any runs, it probably works brilliantly.
But it's the risk associated with it is enough that it feels like an unnecessary chance for a team that says we're trying to win the World Series. We believe we're the best team in the American League. Why take any unnecessary risk? And, Bryce is a starter.
Yeah.
Why is he being told, well, you're a piggyback? He didn't have a 6.5 ERA. Why is he being told, hey, you're a piggyback? Why? What'd I do?
Right.
I got hurt. Now I'm back. Now I'm a piggyback? What?
I know
didn't do anything.
I know Emerson's been awesome, but I got a track record here of 3 years.
Right. Like, what do you mean I'm a piggyback? I'm throwing 99 miles an hour. What do you mean I'm the piggyback? Why am I coming out of this game after giving up one hit in the 6th inning? I can help. I can do more to help a team win. And Luis, by the way, at least watching him last night, you don't think he could be a 1-inning leverage reliever?
Yeah.
I think he could be. That doesn't mean I'm basing it off of one night. It's not like, oh, it was great for the 7th, so obviously this would be a perfect fit. But I've always thought it would be a good fit. Make that work, because the piggyback feels Mickey Mouse.
It feels disjointed, and it just kind of disjointed the whole operation. We had our first practice kind of getting this season going early this morning, and all the freshmen come in and school's out in Colorado and it's getting going, Salk, and you just start to sit there and man, what a difference a year makes. What a difference in knowing the system and knowing the operation and knowing the practice schedule and knowing how it's laid out. This feels like it's the rookie season, right? As far as all of these moving parts, as far as like the disjointed nature of it. It's why, and we'll get into this later, it's why Passan said what he did yesterday about the team. Frankly, why even Justin Hollander said, hey, do you feel like you know this team? No, I don't. How can you? Right? Not only in scheme in some of these decisions, but personnel too. In what world were we sitting there at the picnic table in February talking about the World Series? Did we think we'd see a Patrick Wisdom hand the baton to Connor Joe to hand the baton to Mitch Garver in the middle of the lineup 5, 6, 7? In what world did we ever imagine that possible? None. That was never going to be in the plan. Right? We didn't even think some of those guys would make the 40-man roster. So it just feels like, man, so many guys in and out and moving
but
parts.
That's always going to be part of a baseball season. You're always going to have
50 games in with all of the returners that you have.
But you're always going to have those moments. I mean, why are those guys in there? Because Brendan Donovan is hurt, right? And Robles is hurt. I mean, literally all three of those guys are there as injury replacements. That's going to happen. I get it. And you can't control the injuries. You can absolutely control yesterday. Again, like I'm not going to get mad at them for uncontrollable things. It sucks when guys get hurt, and you got to deal with it. And that is, whether they use it as an excuse or not, that's why those three guys are in the lineup yesterday. It's not like they set out like, hey, how can we design a lineup that's got Patrick Wisdom, Connor Joe, and Mitch Garver in it hitting back to back to back? Like, they got three guys that are hurt. Okay, fine. Why in the world are you doing something to make it harder on yourself? It feels counterproductive, and then you listen.
Well, in this situation, you got 6 guys. So what do you want to do? You want to?
I want to put Luis in the pen. That's what I want to do, or put him on the Phantom IL and wait a little bit and figure it out. If you're scared that there's a bad news down the road, okay, fine. You need them to prove it. Okay, fine. Put him on the IL for 2 weeks and let him rest. And now you got an angry Bryce.
No, I wasn't. I thought I'd pitched the ball well up till then. I wasn't thinking I was coming out, but I tried. But
I mean, the pause is pretty. Oh, yes. It says a lot.
It was almost Roger-esque right there. He almost had a dry throat like Roger in Tacoma.
He sounds like
he was mad.
Of course he was,
and he has a right to be, and I don't mind that. And sometimes a skipper got to take the ball from somebody, right, and do what's better for the team and not the individual.
But was it better for the team at 72 pitches in the 6th inning? Was that better for the team? Or was it constructed before the game in this piggyback situation that didn't allow for, what if he's got a no-hitter going into the 6th?
That's right.
And I'm sure maybe you don't plan on that, but he did.
Yeah, like when you said earlier, the controllables, that's where it starts to get pretty challenging too, Salk. Because, you want to have a plan and you want to have a game plan, and here's our checks and here's what we're going to do, and I'm using football terminology. But then and if they do this, we do this. If they do this, we do this. Oh, and then we got to adjust. think of now all of this with this piggyback and everything. Think of all of the uncontrollables that come about or the situations that come about. Like you just said, you got no hitter. What are we going to do then? I don't know. What do you think we should do? I don't know. Should we go to him with one out? Like, okay,
but now you're spending all this time planning on how are we going to get through the piggyback situation, rather than like how do you game plan for the game? I just
is Mooney up or is Mooney up or is Mooney down? Right? Yeah. I mean, is that black and white, or is that a gray area?
He's both up and down.
Is that contingent on our offense getting one hit for the second time in 3 games and getting nothing going, and we're in a 1-run game and we got is he up now? Is he not up now? Right? Is Luis going to come in and face? I mean, just all of the cards you've got to play.
Yeah, I kind of went through this a little bit earlier.
And here's the factual part of it. Dan makes 2 mound visits. That tells me right there, like, wow, this thing just kind of sped up, because there were so many what ifs and what do we do that came about in that game last night, and it sped up on him. I think that's fair to say. Is that a fair criticism?
I don't know how it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's actually being pretty generous to say that. Yeah. And I think that's Dan's strength does not lie in the in-game management, right? We've kind of learned that over 2 years. Every manager's going to have pluses and minuses, pros and cons. His strength is not the in-game management. His strength seems to be in other parts of the job. One of the problems with the piggyback is that you're asking Dan to lean into the thing that is not his strength even more and putting more on their plate.
Yep.
And I don't see how that makes a lot of sense. And I think we saw some of the reasons why it would backfire last night. We'll be talking about it throughout the morning. We'll be right back with everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over there at People Come First, PCF Construction Group. And if you have been dreaming of that new deck, you better call PCF before the good weather arrives and their schedule gets totally filled up. You see, with a new deck, a patio cover, a heater, a fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy the outdoors no matter what Mother Nature throws. And for a limited time, this is pretty cool. 50% off demolition costs. That's up to $5,000 when you book your project with PCF. Contact People Come First Construction Group for all the details. You know, they designed and built our outdoor living space, and man, was it the best. So start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build this summer. Planning, permitting, construction can take a little bit of time, so get started today. Get your project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com.
2 years ago, my office launched a major media campaign to identify key witness to our client's bicycle accident, which we later settled for $10 million. Because when we accept a case, we don't rest until we do everything possible to improve our client's chance of recovery. We're one of only a few firms in the state with an in-house investigation team building our clients' cases. So when you hire Davis Law Group, you don't just get a dedicated and award-winning legal team. You get our commitment to better service and even better results. Request a free consultation today at 206-888-8888.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Hon, is your new pinball machine in our budget?
KeyBank will meet you in that our money is now our money moment.
Actually, our banker Steve recommended we start a joint checking account for bills and keep our individual accounts for things like pinball machines.
Did someone say Banker Steve? I was in the neighborhood in case you had any checking account questions.
Steve, you're always there for us. Now, how quickly can we open that account?
Steve, are you seeing this?
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
Smalls here. Look, in sports, the best teams know when to make their move, and Sherwin-Williams is making theirs with their Memorial Day sale. We're talking 30% off paints and stains May 15th through the 28th. You know, I've been looking at these studio walls, and I'm thinking I wouldn't mind a little more red in here. Just get that Cardinal spirit going. Definitely like that. Order online and get everything delivered right to your door or swing by your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Harry Douglas here. I don't wait for birthdays to celebrate. I grab Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes like rich vanilla birthday cake with buttery funfetti goodness. Seriously, it's unapologetically extra in the best way. And it's sugar-free, so I get all that cake flavor without the guilt. It's tiny, portable, and ready for whenever I need a quick boost. I keep one with me because you never know when you'll need a little party energy. The funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Mariners and White Sox this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
On October 3rd, Snohomish PUD is hosting the first ever Community Energy Run at the Water Operations Center in Lake Stevens, located on the scenic Centennial Trail. It's a family-friendly 5K where every step supports the Community Energy Fund, helping local families keep the lights on when times get tough. Join the Community Energy Run on October 3rd. Learn more at snowpud.com/run.
With Popeye's new $6 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $6 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Try not to freak out about any single loss, certainly in May, but that one was bad because it was entirely of their own doing. No, you didn't hit, and that part's obviously frustrating, but that game was there and ready for them to win. And unfortunately, due to their pre-game decision-making that bled into their during-game decision-making, the whole piggyback thing ends up leaving this in a disaster with Andrew Benintendi singling in the winning run.
All even at 1, the stretch. And the pitch to Benintendi, swinging a ground ball, diving try by Naylor off his glove. It gets on by Cole Young to his right, and here comes Vargas on to score, and the White Sox now have a 2-1 lead here in the top of the 9th inning. Hard hit ball with the infield up close. Naylor diving to his right. It glanced off his glove for a base hit. Vargas scores, and it's now 2-1 Chicago.
That's how it would end. Luis Castillo came in for Bryce Miller. Bryce was really, really good. I mean, he was about as good as you can be. Goes 5 2/3 innings. Did not seem wildly happy to be pulled.
It's a different scenario. It's a different situation. Bryce had thrown the ball extremely well, and I think. Had it not been for no hits, I think would have been a different guy out there to start the inning. But I think in that situation with it being the 1-run game, we felt like we can get left on left there and get out of the inning and then hand the ball to the Rock. And I thought Ferrer came in and did a nice job.
See, that's the one that gets me, Brock. If it hadn't been for the no-hitter, somebody else would have been in there. Why? He was pitching great. Really? The no-hitter was the only reason? How about the fact that he was dominating?
Yep.
I just don't get it, man. I can't.
Well, that's the essence of the piggyback. You want to try to go 5-4, 4-5, and make sure these two guys stay stretched out, stay starters. And that was the plan. But ultimately, that plan had to change and be manipulated multiple times. Castillo walks, hit by pitch in the 9th, and you're just, come on. And then they steal second and third. Come on. I wonder how many you've got to be kidding me there were in the Pacific Northwest last night.
There were probably a few.
100,000.
Except for the people.
You just got to be kidding me.
Either the you got to be kidding me's or the, this is what I was worried about when you decided to go to a piggyback. It leads to a lot of difficult decisions that I think were avoidable. Mariners obviously didn't do anything to help offensively. Huh?
I think it's a one and done.
Well, I mean, that's not necessarily the case. We'll see. Dan was asked if this would happen again.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the way both guys handled it, I thought was, they handled it extremely well. I give the Rock a lot of credit. He had to be kind of flexible down there, given Bryce's situation and the no-hitter. And then, I thought he did a really nice job of being flexible and then, coming in there and I thought he was throwing the ball extremely well. So I thought both guys handled it very, very well, extremely well. And we'll continue to reflect on it and talk about it, next time around.
You know what this reminds me of, Salt? January 1st of 1992, 93. January 1st of 1993.
Okay.
Damon Heward is the backup quarterback to one Mark Brunell. They're playing in the Rose Bowl. Damon Heward is told very clearly by quarterback coach and offensive coordinator, you're going to get a series in the second quarter. You're going to absolutely get a series in the second quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Mark's graduating. We're going to get you ready. You deserve it. You've earned it. Second quarter comes. Second quarter goes. No series, no play. The game dictated a very different situation.
Mm-hmm.
What is the old Mike Tyson? Everybody got a plan until you get hit in the face. And you kind of just got hit in the face there with a bunch of circumstances.
But this is everybody.
Mostly good.
Well, that's
circumstances.
Yes. About cutting off your nose to spite your face. Like, it'd be one thing if Bryce got rocked and then they went to Luis and that didn't work. And now you're like, oh, man, we burned up the pen and we still don't have enough. Okay, fine. Like, that was. This didn't work because Bryce pitched too well. Like,
Yeah.
That's not putting yourself in the best position.
If you got a scheme that breaks down because people do too well, probably need to change that.
Really doesn't make a lot of sense. And Mariners now 23-27. They're 2 back of the A's, who did win last night. Series finale will be today at 1:10. Emerson Hancock and Sean Burke.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
You saw Roger Goodell spoke with the media yesterday, Brock, from the league meetings and kind of took exception to the reports of a soft market for the Seahawks sale. Said there have been some reports that I would say are not accurate with respect to the amount of interest. It's exactly the opposite. It's actually been tremendous interest in the team.
Oh, interesting. So what are we taking? Read between the lines for me.
I got nothing.
Huh?
I take nothing. I mean,
you take nothing.
If Roger Goodell's talking, I assume he's lying. So whatever. I don't take a lot from it.
You could take Mr. Wickersham's reporting.
Yeah, I will take Mr. Wickersham's reporting over what Roger.
Now remember
Goodell
that too can change in 2 weeks.
Sure.
Right when Wickersham is talking to his sources and his people, and maybe that number isn't getting where people want it to get, and ultimately, well, you know what? Final and best, pencils down. What do you got?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe all of a sudden those numbers start to climb just a little bit more.
Well, which was always sort of part of my.
Yep.
What I suspected was the reason for the Wickersham report. Now, some of that might get out there. So, yeah, I'm not going to read a lot into this one way or another.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
What I did like reading yesterday, Brock, was the report in Sports Business Journal that the PGA Tour is going to make some changes and expect an announcement soon. One possibility is a yearly tour stop here in the Seattle area. They mentioned Sahali as a likely spot. Chambers Bay obviously hosted a U.S. Open. Snoqualmie Ridge has the Boeing. A couple other places that might be a possibility, but that would be really great news.
Home course?
I think that's exactly where they should put it, quite frankly, except,
Mountain?
Mm-hmm.
Washington National?
It's hard. Some of those places are...
Sands?
That's not quite Seattle area. But look, some of those places are pretty hard to make long enough and or to bring in fans, which is obviously a lot of the challenge.
Yes.
I think that, Sahali, those three have kind of figured out a way to do it.
Yep.
I don't think Chambers going to get it back as much as I love it.
Sucks.
It is too bad. Those guys are just so ridiculous.
And the
about
bummer
Chambers.
there is it's just a hard viewing experience too.
It is not perfect for the fans.
No.
There's no doubt. As great as it is as a course, it is not an ideal watch them and walk around and put up a grandstand. That was a bit challenging during the Open. But regardless, really good news. Hope this happens. Be really awesome. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. So, all right, we're going to talk to Curt Menefee a little bit later. We'll do a little football talk with him at about 8:40. Does anybody know the Mariners? Because in the last couple of days, two of the foremost experts agree that they don't know them. So I'm not sure what to make of it. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here for Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. They got great shows coming up. If you like comedy, how about Chris Tucker and David Spade? Tucker in June, David Spade in... when is that? August. You got country music with Mitchell Tenpenny. You got pop with Taylor Dane. You got rock with Hinder and Queensryche. You got to go look at the entire list of concerts because there's some really good stuff. You can get tickets at snocasino.com. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Are you looking for the best deal on a new home? Discover the D.R. Horton Home of the Week. With new home communities from Lacey to Stanwood, ranging from the low 500s to the high 1 millions, D.R. Horton has the right home at the best value for you. Your new home is within reach, so what are you waiting for? Learn more about the D.R. Horton Home of the Week. Visit drhorton.com and schedule a tour today. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
When you want your grocery run to go further, there's Chef Store. Find food and supplies in sizes that cut down on extra trips and keep kitchens of any size stocked and ready. Open to the public, no membership required. Discover big savings at your local Chef Store today.
In October baseball, every pitch matters and every decision is magnified. In the postseason, teams don't rely on hope. They rely on preparation and experience. Divorce works much the same way. But the consequences of a bad call don't last a game, they last a lifetime. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, we provide the preparation and experience to protect your finances, your children, and your future. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
Spring is the perfect time to make improvements that protect and add value to your home. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For decades, homeowners across the Pacific Northwest have trusted our team for roofing, siding, windows, and custom decking. This spring, save up to $3,000, or qualified homeowners can take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate.
Stacy here for ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. ARC boats are easy to operate with significantly less maintenance and service. Book a demo just like I did. They'll pick you up if you can't make it to Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. That's arcboats.com/demo.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Spring Classic collector car, truck, and boat auction. Saturday, June 6th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Up to 200 collector, vintage, and classic vehicles, many going to the highest lucky bidder with absolutely no reserve. Get lucky, get local, and get in line. Visit luckyoldcar.com for a list and pictures of auction vehicles. Or call 206-467-6531 for bidding and consignment details.
Mariners and White Sox this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, we met about a decade ago when you came into the studio, and at that point, IRG was humming, but you were not 40 locations strong all over the neighborhood. How have you done this, and why?
Number one, Brock, great people. Our strength here at IRG is our people. Secondly, we are a company that has a culture of giving back and taking care of our patients, taking care of our team, and thirdly, taking care of our community. We want to be your family physical therapist. More importantly, we want to be your family's neighborhood physical therapist. We want you to come in, have a great experience, and get better and get out there and be pain-free and function.
Take care of your friends. Taking care of your neighbors, taking care of your community, and taking care of Western Washington. With over 40 locations now, that's exactly what IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is doing. Find them in person, find them online at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, my bad. I screwed up. I can own it. Didn't see Brock's text last night.
It was a barrage. To be
There
fair,
were it was in the middle of a lot of texts.
It was a barrage of texts. It was the
might have
night
been while I
before
was
the first
driving.
football practice of the year.
Yeah.
It's a Mariner game gone wild. It is frustration.
Yep.
There was a lot of.
So I did not realize we were going to talk to AJ Pierzynski right now. That's on. I never saw your text. So I'm going to be completely unprepared for this interview.
Good,
We'll
I'm
see if
ready.
I can come up with anything in the world to ask AJ Pierzynski the day after one of the more bizarre games you'll ever see. I guess I'll have to dig deep, but I'll find a way. He joins us right now from Fox. AJ Pierzynski, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all doing?
We're frustrated, AJ. I
Why?
think that's. I
Why?
think
White
that.
Sox won.
I think.
White Sox won. You guys should be excited.
There it is. There it is.
There's a
There's the
little-
World Series champion White Sox right there. I like it.
This team is 23-27. It's got injuries galore. It finds ways, unfortunately, to lose some games you should not lose. And then last night, I think, was just kind of the tipping point. And Bryce Miller, frankly, walking off that mound, pissed off like a rattlesnake, I think kind of further exasperated that for a lot of folks. What are your eyes seeing from afar of this Seattle Mariners baseball club right now?
Well, I think the injuries are the big thing right now. I'll be honest. I only saw the highlights when I woke up, and y'all play too late. I'm on the East Coast, so
True.
Some 9:45 starts or whatever it is on the West Coast. I mean, not that I love Seattle, but man, that's too late for us old folk over here on the East Coast in Florida. So, when I woke up, my first reaction was, why did Munoz not start the ninth? And then I realized that I guess they were trying to piggyback to get him right, to get Castillo right, which also didn't make sense to me. But again, I'm not Dan Wilson. I didn't understand. So that was my first question is I'm like, when I woke up and I saw the box score, I was like, wait a second. Why did Munoz, who's one of the best closers in baseball, not start the ninth inning? And then I realized, I guess they're trying to get Castillo right. And I was confused by that. I mean, this is a game you're trying to win. Every game matters, and you're not pitching your closer, and you bring him into a situation where all he can do is blow the game. So that was my first question about last night's game. And you guys have to answer that for me, why they did that. I don't know. I'm sure Dan Wilson had a reason for it. And then other than that, it's just so many injuries. I mean, you know, what's funny, though, it's not just the Mariners. It's like every team in baseball is just beat to crap already. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's difference in training, different schedules. I really don't understand why, but it is every team in Major League Baseball is just hammered with injuries. And I don't know how to fix it. I mean, we've had conversations with people. You know, my big thing is no one takes any time off anymore. Brock, you know, when you played, man, after the season, you need some time off to get your body right and get your mind right. Nobody does it anymore. I mean, guys jump into going to drive line and hitting the minute the season's over. And I don't know how you give your body time to rest and time to get better, but I mean, that's the thing for me. The Mariners are beat up. They're going to be fine in that division because honestly, that division's not very good. The Astros are awful. The Angels are worse than the Astros, which is almost hard to say. And the Rangers have been okay. They still can't hit. And then, I mean, you know, the A's are under 500 and they're right at the top of the division or right at 500. So they're going to be fine. But yeah, for me, it's the injuries.
I love the point. I mean, we could do a whole separate conversation about the working through the off season and not getting, because everyone's in that spot where, well, if I'm not working, somebody else is working, and then I'm not going to be able to do my job as well as them. But ultimately, I
disagree. You might be able to do it actually better because you'll be rested, and they'll most of the time will be injured. That's the thing I don't understand. I mean, I tell people this all the time now, and they kind of laugh at me. And listen, I was different than most people. I wouldn't touch a bat until spring training. I'd go a whole off seasons and not touch a bat. Now I'd throw because I had to get my arm in shape, but I wouldn't touch a bat. My first swing would be in spring training. And now listen, I was making the team, and I knew all that, and that wasn't a big thing. But I needed a break. When I was young, I used to start hitting most guys start hitting right around the first of the year, or they used to. Now they start hitting a week after the season's over. But we used to start hitting around January 1st when I was with the Twins, and I was, you know, a younger guy and just coming up. And by the time spring training rolled around, guess what? I was burnt out. I was like, gosh, I got to do this.
Yeah, it's funny.
4 more weeks now.
It's almost like it's almost like the kids, AJ, who were playing year round, whatever sport it is, right? Instead of going from basketball to baseball to whatever, like it's hey, I play baseball year round, and so that burnout factor then added to it being in the major leagues, like the whole thing is pretty bizarre. Yeah.
But I don't want to get, you know, listen, we could have 4 shows about that, but there is a point in a sport, I think, in today's world where you have to go specifically for that sport. I think we do it too young nowadays. But hey, you know, who am I to tell someone how to parent? You know, everyone thinks they're the greatest parent in the world, but we know deep down we're not. We all make mistakes. Parenting is the hardest job you'll ever have. And if you guys have kids, you guys understand that. But yeah, we all have to make decisions, and our kids have to make decisions, but let them ultimately make the decision. If they want to go hit extra, if they want to go, or, you know, go play football or whatever it is, you got to let them. You can't push them to what you think they should be because it doesn't work.
I think one of the challenges, AJ Pierzynski here with us, one of the challenges, AJ, beyond the injuries, is what Mike talks about all the time, Salky here, and that's the controllables. Like, you could control who you go to, when you go to them. The execution, that's in the moment. That's on the players. It feels right now, and last night this piggyback was the first time they did it. And they did it because 6 guys, they have 6 starters. So they're trying to keep, I think, both Luis and Bryce stretched out. This is Bryce's second start. He was unbelievable. Had a no-hitter into the 6th inning. He was pissed when he gets pulled. But you got the White Sox best hitter, who's a lefty. So we're going to bring Ferrer in to clean him up. And then Luis is going to get the game. And he's going to get the rest of it until it's a 1-0 game because we have 1 hit again and we can't score runs. And now they get people on base because Luis gets a walk and he hit by pitch. And let's see if Mooney can clean. It just feels like there's a plan on paper. And then all of a sudden it's written in pencil and we're trying to figure it out as we go.
All right, well, let me ask you all this. If you guys are obviously Mariners fans, and understandable, you guys live in Seattle. I actually love Seattle and the Mariners. I've always been a huge fan of that city. I tell people that's probably one of my favorite road cities and favorite stadium to go to. But as fans, you guys watch this, and this is their plan on paper, right? And as soon as the paper goes wrong, then it's like, wait, what do we do? which is fine. I understand because they've talked about this plan, and everyone assumes that every day these plans are going to go perfectly. And then all of a sudden they don't go perfectly, and then it's like, what do we do? But as fans, who would you guys rather have starting the ninth inning with a clean inning? And this is not a knock on Castillo at all. Would you rather have Munoz, who's been one of the best closers the last couple of years, or Luis Castillo, who has almost a 7 ERA on the season with a 1-run lead? Who would you guys rather have start the inning?
Well, I think everyone in town has been pretty clear they would rather have Andres Munoz, which is why there's a lot of frustration about this.
But the piggyback was supposed to protect Mooney because he can't pitch every night. He pitched the night before. So the piggyback to have 2 guns and 2 studs is supposed to keep us out of that.
But then you used them anyway.
Yeah, so you used him anyways. Why not have him start the inning clean?
Yeah.
If he's coming in, I mean, he's a closer. Ask most closers. They'd rather come in with a clean inning, give me a chance to create my own problems than have to clean up someone else's mess.
Have you ever been around? I'm sorry. Have you ever been around a piggyback? Like, have you ever seen a piggyback at the major league?
I mean,
level?
I've seen it, but not at the. I think we did it a couple times just because guys were injured. But then again, if we were trying to win the game and it was a 1-run lead in the ninth, I didn't care. The manager didn't care about the piggyback. He's like, screw this, man. I'm going to win this game. I'm trying to win this game. Let's bring in our closer.
Yeah. Role clarification.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
No,
Maybe
I think
I'm way wrong on this.
I don't think so. No, I think everyone agrees with you.
No, I think that's probably a fair deal. And once you went to Ferrer to clean up, the sixth there after Bryce gives up the no, then I think you made that decision, right? Like, this is the way we're going to play this game. And we're not hitting. Go ahead.
Well, no, see, that Brock is where I think that, and I don't want to say you're wrong, but I think that's the wrong way to look at it because they didn't want Castillo to come into a dirty inning, they call it.
Right.
Yep. So a dirty inning is where a guy comes in and he's a starter. He's been a starter pretty much his whole career. I don't know if he's ever had how many relief appearances in his life he's probably had. Not a lot because he's always been a starter and he's always been a stud.
Correct.
Right? So he doesn't know how to come into to a dirty inning. So what do you want? You want him to come into a clean inning. So you use Ferrer, and all the teams do this. You use Ferrer to get you out of the dirty inning, and then you bring in Castillo as the start of a clean inning. And then once the clean inning is started and clean, or once the dirty inning is cleaned up and you're done, that's usually when teams go to their starter like they did. But then again, if you have a 1-run lead in the ninth, now listen, should Munoz be able to get out of it? Yeah, but it's just, it was one of those things. Maybe he had a bad outing. Whatever had happened. He gave up the runs, and then you lose, and now it makes into something else. But, I mean, I'm just saying as a fan, I'd rather have Munoz start the ninth with a clean, nobody on base, let him figure it out, than have him come in after Castillo's already had to put a couple guys on base.
You play for a lot of managers. Talking to AJ Pierzynski, how and I've asked this of guys before, how much do players think and talk through these decisions that are made by people other than them? Does it affect them? I mean, obviously it affects the wins and losses, but after the game, are players continuing to talk about the decisions that were made, or do they just go back to worrying about their hitting, their fielding, their pitching, whatever?
Oh gosh, no! Are you kidding me? I'm sure Brock, when he played football, there was like, man, if we would have ran one blah blah blah, XY zebra, pull this out, I would have completed a touchdown pass. Instead, we ran a run. I mean, ask the Seahawks if they wish they would have handed the ball to Marshawn Lynch instead of throwing the interception in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Sorry to bring that up, Seahawks fans.
Oh, it's over. No, we beat the Patriots in February.
All over.
It's over. We're
okay.
champs. Yeah,
okay.
Don't worry about it.
I mean, I don't know if you guys know, but I am a closet Seahawks fan, so that's also Brock. I think you knew that. So
I did.
Yeah, I mean, players talk about, are you kidding me? We used to have conversations like openly. We used to sit around and drink beer and talk about it all the time. And sometimes the manager would sit down and talk with us and explain the moves and why they were making them. But for the most part, players talk about it because at the end of the day, every player thinks they're smarter than the manager. Oh, man, we should have done this when you lose a close game. We should have done this. And there's nothing more defeating than losing a game in the ninth inning with your guy, with the 1-run lead. Bryce Miller pitched awesome, right? And you're like, all right, here we go. We're going to win this game 1-0. And then, oh, man, the guy blew it, right? That is the most depleting thing. I don't know how to compare it to what it would be in football. Make a turnover in the 2-minute drill and they kick a late field goal, I guess would be the only thing where you have a lead or something like that. But when you blow that lead in the ninth, man, it is deflating to a team. Now, you bounce back the next day, but for those next couple hours, you're talking about, why didn't we do this? Why didn't we do that? Why this? Why that? And it's human nature.
Yeah, and I think for this team, it's exacerbated a little bit, AJ, because there are so many decisions, because they have so many platoons. and in platoon situations, and guys that hit righties and guys that hit lefties. And when do you go to that platoon? And if we go to it too early, then we're going to get stuck later. And if we don't go to it, are we ever going to get to it? And then we've got, now 6 starters, and how are we going to fold this into the equation? And we've had 2 of our best leverage arms in the bullpen, and Brash and Spire. They're down and have been down for a few weeks. And it just feels like there are so many cards to play. And when there are that many cards to play, how challenging is it on a clubhouse?
I don't know about on a clubhouse. I think it's on the manager. And then the thing is most of the teams, I'll be honest, most teams you see that win. Now, are there exceptions? Yes. But for most teams you see, they play their 9 guys. They play the same 9 guys almost all the time. Now, are there some lefty-righty splits and platoons? Absolutely. There has to be, because there's some guys that just can't do it, but they know that. And then you also know, hey, okay, if this happens, I'm coming in, or if this happens, this guy's coming in to hit for me, or whatever it is, and they know that right away. And most managers, and I'm not saying Dan Wilson doesn't do this, so let's get that out there, but that's just the way they talk to their players, and the players know going into a situation like, hey, I'm not going to be in this situation. Now, that doesn't make people happy. It doesn't make players happy at all. Players think they can hit anybody, and if you're a lefty, you came up hitting lefties in the minor leagues, so you're like, well, I could hit lefties in the minor leagues. Why can't I hit them in the big leagues? Or if you're a righty, you're saying, well, heck, I got to the big leagues by hitting righties and lefties. Now all of a sudden I can't hit them. So it's not like players automatically accept this. They always fight it. It's, again, I hate to keep saying this, but it's like, it's human nature. It's what players, to get to the major league level, to get to the NFL, to get to NBA, whatever sport you want to say, you have to have a certain competitiveness that is hard to match by someone that's never been in that moment. And you believe in your heart of hearts that you can hit anybody and do anything. And it's hard. It's an ego check whenever teams are like, oh, well, you're just going to be a platoon guy. It takes a lot of guys a long time to adjust that. Now, veteran guys handle it better than young guys because they understand it. And most of them have already been through it, and they're getting paid and they understand their role in the major leagues. But there are some young kids that have a hard time with it. And again, it makes it interesting. It makes it a little bit tougher to control it, but there's also teams that have won with pure platoons, and so there's arguments both ways. But I know as a player, I hated always the platoon thing.
Talking to AJ Pierzynski here for just a few more minutes. Great baseball analyst, former great baseball player, World Series winner. Excited about the big White Sox win last night, as I guess he should be. Just overall, and one of the other reasons we always like talking to you is just as a former catcher. And watching what Cal's dealt with so far this year and the core injury, I don't know whether there's like a reason why you would develop a core injury. Do you think it's possible that any of the amount of playing time he had last year and the amount of work that Cal does you talked earlier about injuries. Do you look to maybe reduce some of that workload on Cal when he returns? No, I'm a catcher. I was a catcher. I wanted to play every day. This is just one of those things in sports, oblique injury, but they call it different things now. It used to just be a plain old eye. I pulled my oblique. Now they want to call it all these different names. But I had this the year I was with the Rangers. It just happens. I mean, it's like you can't even explain it. You do all your ab work, you do everything, you think you're in great shape, and then all of a sudden you take one weird swing and oh wow, that really hurt. And you can't. There's nothing you can do to make it better. Trust me, I tried. I tried to play with it much like Cal did. It didn't get any better. It actually got worse and worse and worse until I got to a point where I told the Rangers, I'm like, I can't do this anymore. And they understood, and they put me on the IL, much like with Cal. No, I don't think listen, you bounce back from this fine. I bounced back from mine just fine. It wasn't like I was out for 2 weeks. He's probably going to be out a little bit longer. I missed my 2 weeks and came back and was just fine. So I don't think this is a lingering thing. It wasn't a workload thing. It was just one of those things that happens to everybody, and not everybody, but it happens to a lot more guys than you think. It's kind of like the hamate bone, right? The hamate bone is the new signature. It was a signature injury in spring training of guys breaking their hamate bone, Lindor and Holiday and Corbin Carroll. So he'll be fine when he comes back. And no, I guarantee you when Cal comes back, he's going to want to play more to try to make up for the time he missed.
So you don't ascribe any of the long journey of last year? Any of the load that he had to carry, all that was expected of him. None of that plays into it. Not at all.
No, because I know Cal. I know how hard Cal works, and I know that he's in shape. And then they're going to say, "Oh, what about the WBC?" Well, no, it had nothing to do with that. I mean, it just had to do with, he got hurt, and people get hurt. I mean, I thought I was Iron Man, and then I got hurt for the first time, and I'm like, "Dang, this sucks."
It must be. I don't really remember you as a Ranger. That must be why. Like I think of you as 1 year, all these other places. I would not have. come up with that.
2013, I'll tell you what. There's two things that people remember from me and the Rangers. One was in Seattle, we turned a 3-6-1 double play, and the umpire thought the first baseman caught the ball, the pitcher caught the ball, and they called a double play. If you haven't seen that, Google it. It's hilarious.
Okay.
Pitcher caught the ball, not the first baseman. They called a double play, and the pitcher wasn't anywhere near the base, but the umpire didn't know. That was amazing. And then Joe Nathan's 300 save. Google that pitch to who was it? Ben Zobrist, and the way we reacted because it wasn't a strike, but the umpire called it a strike was awesome.
Joe Nathan, underrated player. People never talk about Joe Nathan. That guy was filthy.
I know.
He was filthy.
He was great. You know what? He was part of one of the best trades of all time.
Was he part of the AJ Pierzynski to San Francisco trade?
Yes, he was.
I had a feeling. I thought I remembered that he was part of that trade. He went to Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken, or Chicago.
No, Minnesota.
Minnesota. Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Hey, last thing for me, AJ. Counsel to Mariner fans, with a team sitting at 4 games under 500, nearly a third of the way through the season, that are losing their minds because the expectations were World Series. Counsel to Mariner fan this morning would be what?
It's a long way to go. There's still 100, and let me see, they're at 50 games. There's 112 games left. They are, let's see here, they are 2 games behind the mighty Athletics. If you would have told them they'd be 2 games back right now with 112 games, if you guys have taken it with the start and with everything that's happened, would you guys say, man, we're in a good spot right now? I think you would. SoCal.
I don't know.
Beat up? No.
Last year, the year before. But the only reason I would say no is that they really embraced the idea of World Series talk in spring training. They weren't afraid to say it themselves. Manager said it. The players said it. They say, hey, we think that we're a World Series team. We're going to talk about it. We're not going to run away from those expectations. And you can debate whether that was the right way to handle it or not. But if you're going to have those expectations, I think 23 and 27, 2 games behind the A's, I don't think they would have taken that. No.
Okay, now let me ask you another question. If they get out to a 13-2 start on the year, let's go 14-2, so they're 12 games over. Then they go 23 and 27. They're still 8 games over, and they have a 4-game lead. Would you have noticed the 23 and 27?
Probably not. Well, I mean, yes,
exactly.
But not to the same extent.
Calm down. Everybody relax. Everybody, let's calm down a little bit out there. It's a long ways to go. And I don't know where they were in the standings last year. I don't know, but I know they won the division, and then they were real close to going to the ALCS. And, or actually they got to the ALCS, real close to going to the World Series for the first time. Yeah. So everybody just calm down. They still have a really good team. Let's get everybody back. Let's get the relievers back. Let's get the starting pitching going, and everybody calm down out there. I mean, you guys still have a really good team, and you're in the right division. If you're in the AL Central or the AL West, calm down. You have a chance.
Are you just trying to go A-Rod? Is that what you tried to just do? R-E-L.
Oh, the other A-Rod. Sorry.
Oh, the other A-Rod. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers.
Wait, A-Rod. Who's A-Rod? Wait, which A-Rod?
Aaron Rodgers had the R-E-L-A-X.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm not. I don't. He's wow.
He's wow.
AJ and I have disagreed on a couple of things in the last 20 minutes, but not that. He is definitely wow. That is absolutely the right word for it. He was.
Great quarterback.
That's for sure. Hey, AJ, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good to catch up with you, and let's do it again soon.
Yeah, you guys too, and relax, Mariners fans. You guys are going to be fine.
We're all going to relax. There you go. There is AJ Pierzynski. Brock, a little surprise. Wasn't expecting him. That was great.
Well, if you could follow the barrage of my text last night.
Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes there's so many of them. I miss one or two, and I guess I missed AJ, which is why I didn't prep for the interview.
Very honest, very blunt, very clear.
I understand what he's saying at the end. I don't entirely agree with it, though. I get it from the perspective of it is a long season. Of course, those things are true. Of course, it's a long season. Of course, they can still come back, and like all of that is true. Mm-hmm. But when you set high expectations, there's an expectation then that you're going to live up to them or exceed them. And right now, it's the opposite of that. Mm-hmm. And I'm not so worried about whether or not that makes me nervous. So what? Who cares what I think? Who cares what you think? Quite frankly, even what the fans think is going to happen isn't all that relevant. What's relevant is what's going on inside the clubhouse. And I think that's why last night becomes a bit of a question mark, because everyone on the team looked at it and went, I mean, you heard AJ say it.
Yeah.
Players are going to be debating that. They're going to be talking about it. They're going to be wondering why all of that went down. And in the meantime, if what you suggested is true, where they don't fully know their role, that's a tough combo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that is some of the challenging part. I remember Mora for a lot of years, right, would kind of ask me, like, why don't they know what they're doing? This was the Seahawks defense, right? Pete Carroll's defense. Pretty similar, simple defense, post-high defense. It's the same cover 1, cover 3, a lot of the stuff that they ran for years, and everybody was on the same page. Well, why are we hearing, like, I didn't really know what we were doing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really know the call. I didn't know what we were up to. Like, what? How do you not know your stuff? And I think similarly, there were a lot of moving parts. I think there was, conversations that fell through. I think roles were not always fully established with as many people as AJ said. And it's an excuse, an explanation. And I get Mariner fan who wants to spit that out of their mouth. It doesn't matter. But with all the people coming in and out of the door and some now, your rookie phenom and all the pieces that are moving around, like, where's clarity? Where's clarity? Here's clarity of mission today. You know what? And this is going to be the plan. And we are going to piggyback because we are still down in the bullpen, right? And you know what? This is going to be a piggyback day. And Bryce, you're going to take it. And you know what? If Murakami hits a bomb there and it's 1-1, fine, whatever.
But you're making yourself more down in the bullpen.
Yes, you are now. Yes, you are now.
I just don't get it.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't. If one of the challenges you have throughout the year is clarifying people's roles because there's a lot of moving parts, I don't know why you're creating more.
So are we platooning in the 6th inning?
But then why are you creating more?
Are we platooning
Brock,
in the 5th or 6th inning?
Why are you creating more? If that's already been a challenge, why are you adding to it? You got to answer me that. If you've already had a challenge of people understanding their roles, why are you adding to that challenge by introducing a whole new factor?
Can I hear? Oh shoot, we're way late.
I know we're late.
We got Blue 88.
I know.
I have a sense maybe 9 o'clock.
You think there's going to be more to come?
I think so.
Well, who booked AJ Pierzynski?
I did. I'm sorry.
Nice job, actually. I'm glad you did. We'll come back with a late Blue 88 next on Brock and Salk.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They caught it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and kudos to my friend John Howie and Sea Star Restaurant and Marab Bar. 24 years is Bellevue's go-to and my go-to for fresh seasonal seafood, and it doesn't get any better than right now. Columbia River, the Alaskan rivers, everything is coming in fresh. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's the cedar plank salmon, the Dungeness crab, the local pristine oysters, or crab bisque that my buddy Steve loves, all of it. Generous portions with true value and delicious beverage pairings. The Sea Star team, they create that welcoming atmosphere with polished service that turns great meals into lasting conversations. And from the first greeting to the final bite, every detail is cared for, and you feel it. And when I'm planning a special dinner with family and friends, and just had one last night and last week with that cedar plank salmon that I order every time, it's always Sea Star. And right now, an amazing deal. 3-course dinners in the lounge every night, starting at just $50. Sea Star, the dining experience you remember. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Hey, you mind keeping it down up there, please?
KeyBank will meet you in that I need new neighbors moment.
Rick, it's your mortgage loan officer, Beth. I was in the neighborhood and wanted to let you know your home loan application's been approved.
Beth, you're always there for me, and not a moment too soon.
Are your neighbors bowling with grand pianos again?
And apparently raising livestock?
Ew. For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. Equal housing lender. NMLS number 399797.
People can see through if it's not genuine. And it's genuine here. The Johnsons always talk about in orientation meeting, their dad and grandpa, they always maintain that it's a people business. We're not here to sell cars and work on cars. That's what we do, but it's really about just helping people. Every month we have a new employee orientation meeting, and the Johnsons present. They can't get out to all the stores every day and meet everyone, but at least they get to shake hands with new employees every month in the orientation meeting. And they tell everyone there's not one car deal or one repair order that is worth tarnishing our reputation and ruining an experience for a customer. That just is really what is instilled.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community. Not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
Want more control over your kitchen? Chef Store makes it easier to buy once and stay stocked longer. Find big value in fresh proteins, seasonal produce, freezer favorites, and more. Open to the public, no membership required. Chef Store. Get more, save bigger.
Digging in my yard, trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line and now I have to pay a big fine. I should have called 811.
Summer starts at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Go electric and go smart. The 26BZ with 0% financing for 72 months, plus up to $5,000 in loyalty cash. Or the Prius plug-in hybrid leasing at $399 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Or finance at 1.99% APR. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through June 1st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code SHOT to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to excuse you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! I get that. I really feel that whole thing about the oblique. How when you come back, sometimes it's starting to get better and then it gets worse. It's kind of where I'm at with my taste bud. I thought it was getting better a couple days. Things look good. And then, I don't know, this morning it's back full bore. I must have gotten greedy or something and eaten something that got it inflamed again.
Who was it the other day talking about hamstrings? Was that Justin talking about hamstring injury? And
Maybe.
I thought, yeah, how is your? I haven't asked you about your hammy.
No, you don't ask me nearly enough. I wish you'd ask more. Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, it's 100%.
That's
sure.
great.
100%.
Because there's a lot of studies out there that talk about sprinting.
Right.
You know, and just the importance of Salk is a.
Yeah, I've gone back to it, Brock. I've been sprinting a lot recently.
Have you really?
Oh, absolutely. Every couple days.
Stretching.
Yeah, I sprint
Sprinting
nonstop.
and stretching.
Yeah,
Stretching
I do them
and
at the
sprinting.
same. I actually
Sprinting and
sprint while
stretching.
I'm stretching, which is great. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Ewert tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, 3 good football questions, Brock. We're going to do it a little late today, thanks to AJ Pierzynski, but that's okay. Michael Bumpus yesterday, some insight and a whole bunch of numbers comparing and contrasting San Francisco's offense last year with Seattle's. What stood out?
Yeah, Bump had some time over that 4-day weekend he had last week. And he had some time to dig into, and I'll play the sound here in a second, just trying to understand this new OC we're getting, right? What's Coach Fleury going to bring? What's his background? What does San Francisco do? How much similarity with San Francisco in Seattle? Here was a deep dive that Bump took with some pretty good hardcore numbers.
So I went back and looked at every pass that was intended to go at least 20 yards or more to pick up on some tendencies. 46 of those plays the 49ers had. 11 personnel showed up 65% of the time. So that is 1 running back, 1 tight end. 21 personnel, 2 running backs, 1 tight end showed up 32% of the time. And then 12 personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends showed up just 3% of the time. Also, there was motion or a shift 73% of the time. So what that's telling you is that, look, they're going to mix it up when it comes to personnel when they're trying to take their shots, but 11 personnel is going to be their bread and butter, 21 after that, and then 12 personnel after that. Motion is going to be a big part of this offense. When it comes to formations, 3-by-1 showed up 39% of the time. That's 3 receivers to one side plus a tight end maybe, and 1 receiver to the other side. A lot of times they motion from right to left or left to right to make it a balanced 2-by-2. 2-by-2 formation showed up 50% of the time. That's more of a balanced look, a 2-by-2 look. But with that 73% motion or shift, you're going to see something there. So what you see is not necessarily what you get when it comes to this offense. They will come out in 3-by-1. They'll come out in empty, showed up about 3% of the time, and they'll show by 2-by-2. But where they start isn't where they're going to finish. They will take shots down the field. 46 plays were intended to go 20-plus or more yards.
You got all that, Salky?
No. Actually, no.
What?
All of
write
it?
Down, yeah,
I don't have
down.
all of it. No.
I'm going to quiz you here in 6 minutes.
Don't.
When the segment ends.
Please don't.
A couple things that jump out. Number one, motion and shifting 73% of the time. It is what Kyle Shanahan and San Francisco did and do as much as anybody in the league. And I do expect to see a lot of that. A, Sam can handle it. B, they all know the language. C, while it's a new voice, everybody else basically has continuity, and it's not reinventing the wheel. So that will be the one carryover. I think where you're going to see a very big difference is he talked about the percentage of 11. San Fran was a lot of 11 personnel. They got beat up and injured at tight end. That was part of the reason why. Going to be a lot more 12 and 13 here. There going to be some 11, but nowhere near as much of that personnel grouping as certainly the 49ers had to play with through injury a season
Well, that would
ago.
make sense. Question number 2. We talked through some of the list season, Brock, and a lot of those are going to be quarterback lists, and we'll see where Sam ends up. I think it was number 10 on Cowherd's list. As you start looking at stats, is there one that jumps out for Sam that'll kind of help his case?
Yeah, this one is just off the charts good. And we know this. We saw this with our own eyes last year. His accuracy, kind of playing off what Bump said there on those throws of 10-plus yards, 20-plus yards. Where did he rank? This comes from one of Maura's favorite sites, Fantasy Points Data. It's a big fantasy site, Salk. And they looked at it, passers with a minimum of 100 attempts and how highly accurate they were on those attempts. Number 1 in the league was actually number 9 on Cowherd's list, Jared Goff. Jared Goff, really accurate guy in the intermediate. I think that is his strength. His movement isn't. I think his deep down ball is downfield is okay, but he's number 1 in the league. Number 2, by the way, Jared at 56% on those downfield throws. Number 2, Sam Darnold at almost 55%.
Wow.
I mean, he did it. That is cool. An obvious. And I think one of his great strengths, and I don't know and foresee any reason why that should go backwards. Who was dead last on that list last year, Salk? You've taught me like a golf tournament. Don't just look at the top of the leaderboard. You look at the Rob Refsnyder's hitting 109. Look at the very bottom of the leaderboard.
Inaccurate.
Yes.
On which passes?
Yeah, passes a 10-plus.
Is this going to be one where I'm like, yeah, of course? Or is it going to be like, oh, whoa?
Let's see. There was 27th was Bo Nix, actually, at 39%. That's an area he's got to grow.
Kyler?
No. Be your favorite. One of your favorite cornerbacks in the league.
Is it?
Geno Smith. 35%. Geno.
That's funny. All right, question number 3. Oh, I always love this. Husky Homer alert. Husky Homer alert. That's what it says right here. That's what Brock wrote. Brock, what has Jed Fish done so much better than Kalen DeBoer and even Chris Peterson.
I got the numbers right here. While watching all of the decisions and machinations of the Mariners
building a
piggyback
wall around
last
Washington.
night, it is building a wall around Washington. The top-rated recruit of the last 3 years has stayed right in Seattle. And yesterday was a commitment from Tavita Nonu, the D-tackle, D-end out of O'Day, a stud from Kennedy the year before that. And beyond that, Salk, and this was nothing but looking at the last 11-plus years of recruiting rankings. And Jed, we talk about strengths and weaknesses, right? With Dan Wilson, with Pete Carroll, with Mike McDonald, with everybody in that position. They all have strengths and weaknesses. Jed's strengths recruiting and selling. He does an amazing job. So his classes, his first class, kind of unfair to him, ended up 47th. He wasn't even there for it. But really, since then, the three that he could sink his teeth into, 23rd, 13th, and 13th. Chris Peterson got to 15th in one class, 16th in one class, but never lived in that kind of area and never could quite put the fence around the state like Jed has been able to do now the last 3 years.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. Sorry that it was a little later than normal, but these things happen. We'll do a little more football with Curt Menefee from Fox as well. He will join us about 40 minutes past 8, so about a half hour from now. We'll talk to Curt Menefee today. We've got Trash Takes a little bit later. Yeah, and then, in the middle of all of it is what we all watched last night. It just didn't look right, man. Mm-hmm. It just never felt right. It never looked right. I think, look, I wasn't expecting it to go well. So maybe there's some confirmation bias.
And certainly in that first inning and with Bryce in the second inning and even into Luis's seventh, I kind of did. I kind of expected this to go pretty smoothly. Now, did I think that Bryce would be happy about it? No. Did Luis look happy about it? Not necessarily, right? Is managing those relationships going to be as big a deal as managing these decisions that right now have just been choppy, to say the least? Yes. So there's kind of a bunch going on here in a 23 and 27 ball club.
A lot. It's noisy.
It's like
it's a little noisier than certainly you would want it to be.
Is it like a wow?
It's like a wow. It's a big wow. We'll be right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know next.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle Sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
Hey, Mike Salk here. I don't know if you've thought about GLP-1 injections for weight loss, but if you have, you got to start asking real questions, right? Are you ready to spend $3,000 to $5,000 every year? Are you ready to stay on that medication long term just to maintain the results? Yeah, those are real questions, and the answers might be a little scary because many prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and then when you stop taking the medication, then the weight regain is very common. And then a lot of people don't realize the research shows a significant portion of the weight you lose can come from muscle, which can slow down your metabolism, makes keeping the weight off even harder. You know, it's a better idea? Trying Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, because I'll take a totally different approach. Doctor developed, no injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence, real food to reset your metabolism. It's all stuff you buy at the grocery store. You can come to the clinic in Kirkland or do the program remotely from wherever you are, but start by going to eastsideweightlossclinic.com to keep the weight off for good. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Bob Stelton here, and if you've had LASIK or EVO ICL to get out of those glasses and contacts, you know how freeing it was. I had LASIK, but when I got older, I started to need reading glasses to see my phone or a restaurant menu. That's when I went to K2 Vision for refractive lens exchange, and it was a game changer. If you'd like to rid yourself from all glasses, including readers and bifocals, learn about K2 Vision RLE at their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. It's a perfect opportunity to meet Doctors Kopstein and King and have them answer your questions about K2 Vision RLE, like how is RLE different from LASIK and EVO ICL? Why won't I get cataracts after RLE? How does the light adjustable lens work? And lots more. The light adjustable lens is the premier technology for those who have had LASIK and now want to get rid of reading glasses. Plus, never get a cataract. K2 Vision has done more light adjustable lens procedures than anybody else in the country. Join the free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Still planning your summer vacation? Tired of airports and long drives? Anacortes Yacht Charters has a better option. Cruise the San Juan Islands aboard a fully equipped yacht. Take the helm of a bareboat charter or hire a skipper to explore on your terms. Quiet coves, lively harbors, no schedules. Just a tide guide and a sense of adventure. With a fleet of 50 powerboats and sailboats, AYC has options for groups large and small, from beginner to old salt. Start your San Juan adventure at ayc.com/KIRO.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Improve your play with 40% off installation or 0% financing for 16 months with equal payments. And we're giving back with 2 $5,000 scholarships for our local youth sports teams. Upgrade your home today at PellaPNW.com.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Mariners and White Sox this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Around here, we see a lot of people head out. No matter where they're going, we just help make sure they're ready. Before you hit the road, get a pre-trip safety check from Les Schwab Tires. It's free. Plus, this May, save up to $200 on select sets of 4 tires, including all-terrain, highway, all season, and all weather. So go ahead, explore with confidence. Les Schwab Tires. We're here to help you take the long way. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
It's National Safe Boating Week, and America's Boating Clubs of Washington wants you to know boating can be safe and fun. Always wear a life jacket, never boat under the influence, and take a safe boating course. America's Boating Clubs offer free Coast Guard approved vessel safety checks, boating skills courses, on-the-water training, and social activities. An educated boater is a better boater. There are 10 America's Boating Clubs throughout Washington State. Go to soundboating.com. America's Boating Clubs of Washington.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Haven't really used the words worst loss of the year yet this season, Brock, but I think last night would qualify, both because you managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, but also just because of everything that went into the decision-making before the game, during the game. It just seemed to leave people both in the clubhouse and in the stands and on TV just rubbed the wrong way. It just didn't seem to work, and instead of accomplishing the goals of handling 6 pitchers, it seemed to exacerbate some of the problems. Here was Dan afterwards.
Yeah, tough one to lose late tonight. I thought especially difficult the way the guys pitched tonight. Got the 1 run early. I thought we did a good job putting a lot of pitches on K early, but then he was able to kind of settle in and it was a little bit tougher as the game went on. Just not able to get too much going on after that first inning there. But Bryce was throwing the ball extremely well. Ferrer did a really nice job getting us out of it. And then, Rock continued to throw the ball well. Just weren't able to hold on to it in the end, and that's a tough one to lose.
Yeah, it's tough. We've heard a lot of tough ones. Been a lot, 27 tough ones out of 50 so far, and the frustration is mounting. The more we talk about this, Salk, and the more we walk through it, and doing this coaching thing and being around it, like this is our plan. This is what we're doing, and you've taught me this, and it's really over 17 years. Maybe the thing that I have learned the most about baseball is there's going to be times you lose the battle to win the war. And right now you're going to a 6-man rotation with an arm down in the pen. We all know that. You've got guys, hopefully Brash today that gets activated. Spire's pitching tonight in Everett. Great. Going to get some of these guys back. But you're doing this, in essence, to protect your leverage pieces.
Would you?
Okay?
Well, no. No, you're not.
You're protecting the bullpen. And you're protecting. You wanted Bryce to go 5
on that
and
day.
Luis to go on that day.
Right.
In this
Okay,
battle.
Yeah.
Right. In this battle.
So would you have felt better if Luis had just blown the game in the 9th?
Yes. Or I'd have felt better if Ferrer didn't come in either. Like, this is what we're doing.
You have to do that, though. I'm with
Why
him
do you
on
have to do that in the 6th inning?
Well, because you're not going to, as it's exactly what AJ said earlier.
No, I understand. I'm not bringing Mooney in. I'm not bringing Mooney in except for a clean inning. Like, if you're going to do this, you've got to do it all the way. Because if you go halfway, I've now burned Ferrer I burned Mooney.
Yeah.
And I don't have them today. I certainly don't have Mooney today.
Well, that's why I don't like the idea of the piggyback. Because I absolutely want him to go to Ferrer in the 6th.
If we're going to do this, hey, I don't care what the circumstance is and how it's dictated. If we're doing this, we're doing this to protect our bullpen today.
So you don't use anybody no matter what. It's those two guys no matter what?
I would. I would.
I don't know. If you're going to make that argument, I love the conversation. If you're going to make that argument, Brock,
now, if Bryce gets hosed and Bryce gets rattled and Bryce gives up 5 runs in 2 innings, and I don't have to.
Obviously, it's different.
Then you're going to your non-leverage guys. But I'm doing this so I can try to protect Mooney to have him the next day. I got 2 studs, 2 starters,
yeah, I know.
2
The
guys
problem you
that
have
are
today
extended.
now is, let's say you get to the 9th with a lead, you've now used Munoz the last 2 days.
That's right.
Once in a 4 or 5 run game, and then again in a game where he has to come in when he wasn't supposed to. Yeah, it's
like you get to these, and we're going to do this. We got to do it.
Man.
As hard as it is, as hard as it may be, we got to do it.
Well, or just don't do it. Right? I get what you're saying. I think you're making a good point. If you're going to do it, go in 100%.
You got to go on all the way in.
But I think rather than that,
hey,
just
Coach,
don't do it.
We're going to play this guy. Are
then
you sure?
Just don't
yes,
do
we're
it.
going to play this guy. We're going to play him. We're going to rest him. But he could go. No, we are resting him.
Okay,
so he can play next week for us.
But you're doing that. But that's something you're forced into doing. Nobody forced you into doing this. You chose on your own to set up the situation. That's what I think is most frustrating.
I think they would say,
about it.
we're trying to keep 6 guys extended right now. So the situation forced us into this, so we can try to keep Bryce and get him extended and keep Luis extended.
I don't know. I don't agree with that. Series finale today, as I said, at 1:10. Emerson Hancock and Sean Burke.
Better start hitting the freaking ball, too. I'll tell you that.
That's another thing.
29th in average,
and
27th in strikeouts, 20th in runs.
I mean, like I said early, I thought the at-bats were good. We were putting, long at-bats. We were seeing pitches, I think he was, kind of spraying the ball quite a bit early. He found a little bit better command later on, he can be difficult when he's able to command the ball. He pitched well against us in Chicago. We just weren't able to add on. We weren't able to get traffic and get the ball going. And, it's frustrating for sure. But we got to come back tomorrow and win the series.
Yeah. I mean, it isn't just one guy. It's just not. And we talked about Rob Refsnyder maybe playing more, right? And he's got to keep playing more to get himself out of this, keep seeing it. But, Salky, we're now at a 109, 178, 203, 381 OPS. And we're not touching the ball. I think his final 3 at-bats, I don't think he touched the ball.
I don't have anything for you there, man. I don't have any further comment on that. You're absolutely right. I mean, you got to hit. There's
Mike Zunino's final year, he had an OPS of 669. It was a hard watch. He hit 201.
That's because he
Remember how
has
hard
some
it was?
power.
Yes. But he hit 201.
That's not good.
Rob's hitting 109.
Yeah, he can't hit 109.
Rob's hitting $150.
Those aren't real numbers that can last long term in Major League Baseball.
Not sustainable.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'll tell you what I'm excited about. The possibility of a PGA Tour stop here in the Seattle area. That was the news yesterday in the Sports Business Journal, hoping for an announcement soon. Changes to the tour schedule, and it does sound like an appearance here could be in the works. Sahali was the course that was mentioned, and they've had events there in the past.
Yep.
Is it long enough? Are they going to be able to make it work? I think that's always been sort of the challenge in the modern game. It's certainly difficult with all of the trees and the narrow fairways, and I guess you could grow out the rough to punish them, but those guys are just so long.
Correct.
Curious how it'll work.
TPC could be long enough.
Is it?
Chambers is long enough.
Chambers is?
Yes.
Yeah.
So one of my golf friends texted me after my commentary last hour when I said it was not a great viewing experience. And I remember that. I remember going to it. And I can't see anything. I got to watch the boards or get in a grandstand. And he said it's because they did not allow people to get up on the mounds.
Yeah.
They were afraid of sprained ankles and
parking was a
injuries.
bit of an issue, and they had to bus people from all. I mean, it was not there was some ingress and egress problems, but at the end of the day, I would if it could be in one place, I would prefer Chambers.
Yeah,
it looks cool, it's different. I mean, I know the guys hated the way it was the last time, but it's changed.
Other than the color of the greens at that time, they're not that now.
No, it'd be perfect.
Do you remember my friends at Fox did that? Joel Klatt was on part of that, and the views are just.
It's so stunning. And not that I don't like Sahali, but Chambers would be better. If that's everything you need to know, 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, let me ask you.
High Cedars. Out there in Ording.
I don't know why you.
I think Lapoma is now a housing deal. Meridian Greens is gone.
I always think it would be hilarious to see the pros putt on regular people greens and see how mad they would get.
Cannerwood. Cannerwood play out there.
What if they had to play at Jackson? What would the reaction be afterwards of well, I putted it, and it took an abrupt left turn halfway through when it hit sand.
Ocean shores. Play out there on the shores.
Ridiculous. All right, the piggyback was a bit of a mess. Let me ask you 3 or 4 questions, Brock, that come out of it. That's next on Brock and Salk, leading into Curt Menefee, who's going to join us as well. Stick around. Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 710.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Decisions. A lot of our conversation this morning. When do I go to the righty? When do I go to the lefty? What about this piggyback thing? Well, here's an easy decision for you. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. Because I got 3 questions, and if you answer them like Molly and I did in any way, then you really need to take the challenge. Number 1, do you know right now, 100% no, you got the right insurance coverage to protect your situations? Number 2, are you paying the lowest possible price each and every month? And number 3, should you need insurance? Can you actually pick up the phone and talk to a real human being? Take the First Mark Challenge. If any of those answers were no, do as Molly and I did, and my parents have done, and so many of my friends have done. It will save you so much money and bring you a peace of mind. The best coverage at the lowest price and give you real customer support, real person customer support. First Mark Insurance has helped tens of thousands of Washington families manage the world of insurance and save them a ton of money. They could do the same for your local business as well. So be the next First Mark victory. Take the challenge right now. It's free. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com. They win for you.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Visit America's Car Museum now, where history roars to life. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see Shelby Cobras and GT40s in the birth of the American supercar. Cruise-ins, drive-ins, race simulators, fun for all ages. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
If you're building decks in Washington this season, you need materials you can trust and a supplier who delivers. Par Lumber carries premium TimberTech and Trex composite and PVC decking, railing, and lighting, as well as pavers and fencing materials contractors depend on. With reliable job site delivery, we keep your projects moving so you can keep building. All the best outdoor living products are at Par. Visit par.com to learn more. Par, where the builders go.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Spring Classic Collector Car, Truck, and Boat Auction. Saturday, June 6th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Up to 200 collector, vintage, and classic vehicles, many going to the highest lucky bidder with absolutely no reserve. Get lucky, get local, and get in line. Visit LuckyOldCar.com for a list and pictures of auction vehicles. Or call 206-467-6531 for bidding and consignment details.
With Popeye's new $6 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $6 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
The warm weather has me thinking about summer plans. Stacy here to add one thing to the top of your list. Book a demo and check out the brand new all-electric wake boat from ARC. I got a ride in a brand new ARC Sport, and it was like a luxury EV on the water. Quiet, powerful, easy to operate, and low maintenance. They're doing demos in Lake Union, Lake Washington, and Lake Sammamish. Honestly, if I could drive one of these to work, I would. Schedule your demo at arcboats.com/demo. If you can't make it out to Kirkland, they'll pick you up. arcboats.com/demo.
Mariners and White Sox this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Trex decking products on sale now through May 31st at Dunn Lumber.
And we're back. The big headline today. Your Washington Credit Union, WSECU, has done it again.
5 straight years as Forbes' best in-state credit union. That's a dynasty, Rick, like 5 straight championship rings.
Or 5 seasons hitting 400, Steve.
Holy catfish. If you want a team that wins year after year, join your Washington Credit Union, WSECU. Details at WSECU.org.
Spring is a season homeowners start improving their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. If your home needs roofing, siding, new windows, gutters, or decking, our team can take care of it all. For a limited time, save up to $3,000 on a new roof, siding, deck, or windows project. Planning multiple upgrades? Combine your projects and save even more. Or with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. You can start your project now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Around here, we see a lot of people head out. No matter where they're going, we just help make sure they're ready. Before you hit the road, get a pre-trip safety check from Les Schwab Tires. It's free. Plus, this May, save up to $200 on select sets of 4 tires, including all-terrain, highway, all-season, and all-weather. So go ahead. Explore with confidence. Les Schwab Tires. We're here to help you take the long way. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Salks is a 253. There is no discernible reason you can say that the piggyback was a mess through the first 8 innings. Bryce and Castillo's feelings about it don't really matter if it works. The 9th was the only real issue. It was a pretty big issue, to be honest with you. And I would argue it was still an issue. It was still an issue. I would argue it was. The result through 8 was okay, but I don't think the process was very good. I mean, I will often comment on process that works versus results that don't. I felt like this was the opposite. I didn't like the process throughout the first 8 innings, and I think it ultimately led to the problem in the 9th. A game is not 8 innings long. It's 9 innings long. And unfortunately, it left you in a spot in the 9th where you had to make a decision that I don't think anybody really wanted to make. And I don't look, maybe it doesn't
so what was
matter.
it controllable then? What was the process that would have been controllable in your mind? Is there any conceivable process that's good when you're piggybacking 2 starters?
No.
Should you have taken Bryce out after the 3rd inning? No hit and 40 pitches?
No.
So there was no way in your estimation there could have been a good process to the piggyback.
Right.
They did in Tampa was it Tampa last night? Is that where Griffin Jacks is?
But Griffin Jacks, they are building into something. It's a process, right? There's a reason for it. They have a process that they're trying to accomplish to turn him into a starter. Also, they're the Tampa Bay Rays. They spent $7 on their payroll, and everything they're doing is gravy this year.
Had Luis had a clean 9th and gets out of it after the initial walk, and they win 1-0. And Bryce, went 5 2/3, and Ferrer that 3rd, and Luis cleans it up with the final 3 innings. Could you have said, "Yep, process was good, result was good"? Actually, kind of worked.
I would have said process was bad, result was good.
So there's no way that with a piggyback that you could ever come up with any kind of process that would have been good.
I don't think so. I mean, like, again, they this is the idea they had, and it is obviously possible that it would have worked, but I don't like the process. I don't.
You just don't. There is just nothing conceivably good.
Well, I just keep coming through it and saying you're asking for more. You're asking a manager whose strength does not lie in decision making to make more decisions. Why?
To keep those 2 guys extended. To keep them both right now as starters. The Matt Brash is going to come back today, and Spire's going to come back on Monday, and the bullpen is going to be
Phantom IL Luis.
He doesn't want to. He wants to keep pitching. He's the Rock. I'm not hurt.
I thought that people's feelings didn't matter. That was the beginning of this whole conversation. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you get a 6.5 ERA. Yep. You don't get to make that decision. Either you're going to go on the IL or you're going to become a reliever.
And as the 9th inning demonstrated, you still have in a 6.5 ERA because there's still command issues.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and would you be okay with a piggyback in another situation? I actually thought the texter that brought up Logan Gilbert would be the better option. Makes more sense. A guy that's having trouble going further into games. Because why are you going to take a guy out that's killing it in the 6th?
Well, I think they would say, well, this is a way to get Bryce on track, that this is his first home start of the season.
Yeah, it seemed like he was pretty well on track.
Yes,
I mean, like, again, Brock, you said this earlier. How can it be a good process if it is messed up by your players overperforming? Right. That can't be a good process.
Right.
A process that is screwed up when one of your pitchers pitches too well. Mm-hmm. It's like your dad on the golf course.
It's Nancy
I hit it too
Lopez
well.
Ninewood. It's a Ninewood Druid.
Just hit it too well.
It's not my fault.
Right.
I pitched too good.
I just hit it too
hit
well.
This 9-wood too good. What am I supposed to do?
Then you got a problematic process. So a couple of questions that come out of it for me. Like, what do they do now? Are you going to do this again? Are you going to double down on this?
So Jerry,
or are you
going
to do it once and then stop doing it?
Jerry was up in the booth. Dipoto was asked that last night, and it sure feels like his answer. And that was last night, and maybe this makes them reconvene. Dan said that afterward. They'll kind of talk through all the decisions and what this all actually played out in real time, because it's one of those that on paper, you can start to make sense. But Jerry, at least last night with Angie and Goldie, when asked, said, yeah, we're going to go, next week, and maybe next week Luis is the starter.
Can you imagine? So are you going to do that next week? You're going to start Luis and have Bryce Miller come in for him?
Oh.
I mean, like...
Can I hear that cut of Bryce again?
Let me play you Dan, because here's just a little bit more of Dan on their decision-making and what could happen next.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll all look at it. We'll all talk about it and see where we might have, done things differently or make our adjustments from there. Again, this is a game of adjustments, and we'll have to make ours as we go forward and do this the next time.
I mean, that sounds to me like they want to figure out a better way to make the piggyback work, that they liked the idea behind it, but that maybe they didn't execute it perfectly. I'm trying to read between the lines. I mean, I would blow this thing straight to the moon. and never try this again. If I took anything from last night, it was, hey, maybe Luis really could be an interesting leverage arm. He looked awesome in the first inning in the seventh. Now, I know that's obviously a small sample size, so I don't know whether or not that's going to translate, but I'm willing to find out. I was already willing to find out, and all that did was make me even more willing to find out, almost eager to. I would love to see what Luis looks like as a seventh or eighth inning kind of a guy, and I think he could have some real effectiveness for your team that way, more than, the every 5 days worrying about whether or not his start's going to go well, or coming in for Bryce Miller when he's pitching too well. Like, all of those things don't make sense.
Do Bryce's feelings matter?
I think they do. I mean, again, I think all of their feelings matter. Yes, all of their feelings matter. All of their feelings matter. Of course they do.
Yeah, this has a little bit of a, and again, we're taking this in a ton of different ways, but we're reacting and emotionally reacting at times, and certainly I do as a fan. This has kind of some of what we try to talk to our kids about. AJ Pierzynski talked about parenting, where it's, man, if you try to keep everybody happy, and we have certainly seen this on our daughter's basketball teams, right? Whether it was select teams, college teams, if you just try to keep everyone happy.
Well, I'm not saying you've got to keep everyone happy. I'm just saying their feelings matter. They do matter. You have to take into account, is it worth it? Is it worth taking Luis Castillo out of the rotation if he's going to get mad about it? At a certain point, yes. Is it worth making Bryce Miller mad because you have a plan of this piggyback and he's come out and blown it out of the water with 2 really good appearances, and certainly yesterday was a great one? That's not worth it. So, yes, the feelings matter, but there's got to be a calculus on it.
No, I wasn't. I thought I'd pitched the ball well up till then. I wasn't thinking I was coming out, but I tried.
I think one of the other challenges I have with this, Brock, is at the end.
Roger pause and listen.
It's brutal. At the end of all of it, everyone associated with it sounds like they can't say what they want to say. They're all like, there's so many pauses, and Dan is knowing more than normal, and Bryce is like, like, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to be a jerk. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus. But, like, what do you think?
Right.
Like, you can hear it in their voices. That is about as long a pause as you're going to get.
It'd be interesting to hear from Luis, and we don't.
We did, but, obviously it's through a translator, and I don't, I can play some of the sound. It was fine.
What was the gist of it?
Like, I did what I could do. Like, it was a little challenging, but I came in and did my job. I prepared as normal, all that type of stuff. I mean, it was all fairly normal, but at the same time, like, I can't hear in his tone.
Correct.
And I'm not going to pretend like I can, whether or not he sounds.
What would be great, what would be best for the team is what you want. What would be best for the team is Luis to go, you know what? I have kind of struggled.
Yeah.
I haven't earned the right to get the ball every fifth.
Okay, but if he's not going to do that, then it's up to the manager to do that.
Right. And Bryce has, in back-to-back starts, has earned that right. And you know what? Let me embrace this thing and just go all gas, no brakes for an inning or two.
It's up to them to convince him of that. Like, that's what you do. That's what the manager and the bench coach and that's their job.
Yep.
That's what you do. And that's especially got to be this group's job, because that's what that's got to be their strength. The calling card. Yep. That's the strength. So I don't know. This whole idea has bothered me really from the beginning. It doesn't feel like something Dan would have wanted to take on himself. If it was taken on by someone other than Dan, it involved relying on Dan to execute it, and that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
Big picture, you know what? It also just smells, and Curt Menefee, I think, will be here any second. It just smells to a little bit of AJ Pierzynski's point that over time, the best teams, basketball, baseball, hockey, football, have a line. They've got a rotation. They've got a substitution, and they have clarity in role.
Yes.
And you do not want to ever in baseball be betwixt and between.
Well, this was that. There was no clarity in the role.
So a lot of 50 games, there's a lot of betwixt and between.
Yeah.
Are we going to these platoons early? Are we not going to these platoons early? Right? And you've heard in Goldie's calls the last week or week and a half or so. Interesting. You got to, well, why are we, do we don't know. They've got the information, but do their players know, more importantly? Or is that putting them a little betwixt and between in some of the roles here now with this situation with Bryce returning? It's a great problem to have, but it's putting you a little betwixt and between of how we're going to go about doing this. And yeah, I just don't think ball players and teams in any sport want to find themselves in that situation frequently.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think you've got to make those roles very clear. They can be non-traditional, or they can be traditional. I mean, you even heard AJ say, yeah, I think the best teams have 9 players and they play every night. But he also said it can work with platoons because he knows numbers and knows that certain lefties can't hit other lefties. Like, that's obviously part of the game of baseball today. But you got to be very clear about it. So is the problem...
Hey. We got to get to Menefee. Yeah, we got to get to Menefee. He's only hearing you.
Oh, he's only hearing me?
He's only hearing you.
Oh, good.
So can you just do this?
No.
We're back in this. We're back
here where Menefee can only hear me.
Oh,
all right.
gosh.
I mean, I'm happy to talk to Curt without you.
Well, we haven't been able to talk to him either. I don't know if the videos were.
Yeah, we got nothing, Brock.
Then, you know what? Let's just call him. Can we just call him? We can come back to this Mariner stuff. Can we just call Curt? I need to change gears.
You need to break.
I'm
from the
betwixt and
Mariner thing for a
between.
little while.
Yes, I'm betwixt and between, and I need to at least get 12, 13 minutes with Curt to talk some football here, and we can come back. To
Here's what I hope. Last thing on this, and then we'll talk to Curt. I would really like to hear today, or maybe it's tomorrow with an off day. They have an off day tomorrow, right?
I hope so.
I assume they do. They've got. I know they're traveling. They've got to have an
13 in a row.
tomorrow.
Off day tomorrow.
All right, off day tomorrow. I would really like to hear when they get together on Friday when we hear from them in Kansas City. We've decided to do something different. Like, yeah, we tried it. Right. We had a plan. We now realize that let's fail fast.
Any plan that when a player does too well, destroys the plan or creates
let's fail
issues
fast.
and friction.
We tried it. It obviously didn't work. Here's our new plan. We talked about it. Everyone's on board. Luis understands his new role. Bryce understands his role. We understand where this is going. Like, just come out with a real plan. And I think at that point, this gets forgotten about. You can still save this. This isn't an end of the but if you try to double down, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Even if it works the next time, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. All right, Curt Menefee is with us. Sorry about the video confusion. Curt, good morning. How are you?
I don't know whose dream that was. Was that yours or mine?
Yeah.
We couldn't hear Brock?
Isn't that great, though, when that happens?
We like to blame engineers, Curt, but I think somewhere Salk's cutting my line every morning.
Yeah, right.
He's just this is my show.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised. You know how partners are.
Hey,
you can't really rely on them.
Wouldn't be surprised. That's quite a shot, Curt. How dare you? Hey,
exactly.
Let's talk some football. We've been caught up in like the intricacies of one baseball game, which is always hilarious. But we'll broaden it out here for some football talk. And I think we were all surprised in Seattle that the first game of the year was going to be a Super Bowl rematch. You probably understand some of this stuff a lot better at the network level. Were you surprised also they went Super Bowl rematch right off the bat?
I'm going to be honest with you and say I was surprised, and not necessarily to get into the whole Mike Vrabel situation, but I'm surprised because of that.
Yeah.
Because the lead in to that first game, there's hype, especially from people that aren't fans of those two teams. And yes, you'll have, training camp and all that stuff. But there's going to be a lot of attention from people that aren't football fans, from the TMZs of the world, from People Magazine, that will happen. Whereas if you had that rematch, obviously they're on the schedule, week 2, week 5, whatever, then you get into the routine of, hey, it's another game on the schedule. Yes, it's a Super Bowl rematch, but you keep it focused on football. So I was surprised that they would put that out front and center, knowing the world that we live in and all the things that are going on around that Patriot team and Mike Vrabel right now, that they would put that in the national spotlight to start week 1. Because I didn't think that would be the way that, New York would want, meaning the office, would want the football season to start off with people talking about everything but football.
Well, and they do seem to embrace drama, so maybe sometimes that works. But
not that. That's a little different.
Yeah.
I think they embrace drama from a football standpoint.
You're right.
And I don't mind if it crosses over and gets some attention. But this is about as negative off the field, barring, murder, domestic violence, something criminal. This is about as wide a net that I can remember anything being cast upon the National Football League that didn't have anything to do with the law enforcement.
Well, and it feels unfair to the Seahawks. Like, that's the other, but like, hey, they didn't do anything, and now none of the lead-up is about them winning a championship and glorifying what they accomplished. It's all about Mike Vrabel.
That's a fair point, but it also, the flip side is it allows them to go in, I won't say under the radar, you're the defending champion, but nobody's talking about can Seattle defend. Or, look, we'll see maybe things change between now and then, but I don't feel that it will be the focus on can the Seahawks repeat. Will Sam Darnold do those kinds of things? Football people will talk about that, but the general public, which usually hypes up that first game and the NFL is starting Labor Day is all that over. Those people won't be talking about that.
Curt, I get the sense in knowing Park Avenue and all the machinations of it, and you know it infinitely better, and you lived out there for some time in New York as well, that they must have some confidence that there will be resolution between now and then.
Yes. I totally agree with that. They believe there will be some resolution. That's my belief. I have no insider knowledge or anything. My belief is that they believe there will be some type of resolution, or that, like so many things in this world, in the 24-hour news cycle, we've got, 4 months between now and then, 3 months between now and then, that it'll disappear, or it'll be much less. I'm not quite sure that's going to be the case, though. I think that there's certain things that society gloms onto and hangs onto, and I have had more people talk to me about this situation over the last 5-6 weeks than I have the history of the National Football League. People didn't talk to me about the Patriots during the Tom Brady era. They didn't talk to me about the Cowboys during the Troy Aikman era. Like, nothing. Legion of Boom. Nothing has ever compared to people that will randomly see me in a restaurant, at a grocery store, and go, "Hey, what do you think about this? What do you know about this?" This is bigger than normal.
That's interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that. I mean, I'm fascinated by it, and we've actually probably talked about it a fair amount. I really think that I think Vrabel should resign, and I think it's a bad look for the league. I think that it's one idea to think there'll be resolution, but without that, the other thing we know about just modern news cycles is even if it's 24 hours before the game, something else will drop, either a new set of pictures or Diana speaks, or there's always, it seems, one shoe to drop right when the audience is at their most interested.
Yeah, it's amazing. I can't find a photo on my phone from last week. And people are finding photos from 6 years at a random bar in New York of two people that they supposedly didn't know. It's amazing. People are fishing through right now. And I am interested to see. I think, look, everything dies down in the summer when people get busy. But training camp's going to come around, and football is going to be back in the spotlight again. And I'm really interested to see how going into training camp with a team that's the defending AFC champions will deal with this. Because God forbid, if they start off 0-2, 1-4, you don't think that that's going to be all the talk about the distraction of Vrabel and the coaching staff and how it affected the team and all that stuff. And you look at this team, and look, I think they were a good team last year, so I'm not taking anything away from them. But their schedule's a lot tougher this year. They got some breaks last year. Some of those things may just naturally occur, that they get off to a poor start. That has nothing to do with off-field. But the off-field will be the focus of it when they get off to a bad start, if they do.
Curt Menefee here with us. A time or two a year ago, Salk, I think you and I had some consternation about Tom Brady and them not being on the call of a Seahawks game here or Seahawks game there. Like, put some respect on the Seahawks and get the number one crew out there. It looks like 10 Fox games as it sits right now out of the 17, Curt. I think we're going to see a lot of KB and Tom and Aaron and Rinaldi and the whole crew. What do you think the story will be and the conversation will be about these Seahawks heading into 26?
Well, I think it starts with the quarterback. Sam Darnold, I think you guys know Sam. He's been a guy that people have always liked. People have always rooted for. I think once you kind of start your career with the Jets or the Arizona Cardinals or one of those teams, I mean, there's certain teams that guys dig themselves a hole that's hard to come out of. And so people, here's a prime example I was telling someone, is that you look at this offseason. Sam Darnold was a quarterback with the Jets. He winds up winning the Super Bowl. You look at Robert Saleh was the coach of the Jets. He goes somewhere as coordinator. Someone hires him for head coach again. Joe Douglas was the GM. He gets interviews again. They're like the one franchise that people just kind of discount. Anything bad happens there, it's the Jets. You're allowed to have it if something bad happens. People don't really stick that to you like they do if you go and you don't perform well in San Francisco or Seattle or other places. So I think that people always rooted for him. And he finally had the success on the field last year or 2 years ago now with Minnesota, but then Minnesota moved on. And so people were rooting for him as a person. Now I think people want, I won't say to prove it, but they want to see continued success, sustained success, and whether or not he can be that guy who keeps it at that next level as far as quarterback goes in the NFL. So I think that's going to be the first focus. I think, you got a new coordinator, the run game, who knows how that situation works out right now, especially with Charbonnet, who knows when he comes back. So I think there are going to be some question marks on that side of the ball because people trust the other side of the ball. Even with the changes there and the guys you lost, Mike McDonald is the cliche, the Sean McVay of defense. And I think people trust him enough to go, no matter what they've got, they're going to figure that out. So the question is, we'll go back to being on offense and exactly what they are, but it'll start with the quarterback and then probably the coordinator secondly.
So as I hear you say that, is it fair to frame this that, you know what, Sam's always been a guy that's been liked, but
Yes.
is he now a guy that is respected?
Yeah, that's a perfect way to put it. That's why you're good at. That's why I'm glad we could finally hear you, because you bring us nuggets of wisdom like that.
That was pretty good.
I think that is the key, though, right? I mean, and it's a conversation I have with my teenage son a lot, and he plays a position. In are you about being liked, or ultimately are you about being respected? And that's a line to walk. We're talking about it with the Mariners, right? And the decisions they got to make with a few of their pitchers and a few of their egos and a few of the people they got to handle. Are we doing this to be liked, or are we doing this to all be respected? I think that is kind of the final step for Sam.
Yeah, and respect wins a lot more games, wins a lot more championships, gets you in the Hall of Fame, all that stuff, more than being liked. Yeah, I mean, Brock, there's so many guys in sports that weren't liked, but they were damn well respected, and vice versa. So I think that he has moved into that level, and people want to see him sustain it so that he can garner that respect and not be a one-hit wonder or a flash in the pan or a guy we like but just wasn't quite. And I think that is part of the next step for him. And I don't have any doubt that he can get there. I mean, remember coming out of USC, the only knock against him coming out of USC was he tends to turn the ball over. Otherwise, he's got all the tools. Well, then you go to the Jets, and we go back to what I was saying earlier, where you don't get a chance to develop as a young quarterback. And so you have to bounce around, but you get with the right people that can help you develop your skills. You gain confidence in your abilities as a quarterback at this level because you start to see some success. Well, now he's seen the ultimate success, so let's see what he does to sustain it. And I really, knowing him and how hard he works and the kind of person he is, I have no doubt that would be the case there.
I was just hoping that was true of radio hosts, too, that it's better to be respected than liked, and that being liked wasn't really all that important because nobody likes me.
But radio hosts who aren't liked tend to keep jobs longer, though. That's the one thing. It's a weird dichotomy there.
Thank God, Curt. Thank God. You've had this job hosting NFL Sundays for is this going to be your 19th year? Is that right?
This is my 21st year.
Oh, my God. 21st year.
Time flies, man. It really does. So,
how crazy is that?
Some days it feels just like yesterday. But you know what it is? It's also the other side. It's like being a quarterback, where after a while you kind of get comfortable in who you are and gain confidence in who you are. I think that's the difference between, I won't speak third person, but who I am now versus who I was when I started doing this in 2006. Back then you felt you had the ability. Your bosses believed you had the ability. But you had to prove it, and you had to trust that you knew the right thing to do in live situations when, the heat is on and you've got to make a shift that wasn't planned, and trust your skills. Okay, you believe you can do that. But now, I won't say there's no questions, because there's always, you want to get better at everything, but you have the confidence in your abilities to do those kinds of things that maybe the confidence wasn't there. The belief was, but the confidence wasn't. Now, I think they kind of go hand in hand.
How much longer do you want to do it?
Here's the thing I look at, and I'm knock on wood, I'm fortunate. Look, let's hope the NFL doesn't kill the golden goose and put everything on streaming, by someday. So I would like to keep doing this as long as I want to. I think I look around, and Terry Bradshaw will be 78 years old this year. He's still with us. Jimmy Johnson did this until he was 81 before he chose to retire, and Jimmy was at the top of his game.
Sure.
Al Michaels is 81, will be 82. I think Al is still at the top of his game. This is something that you can do if you put in the work. Do for another 20, 25 years, I could, at my age. As long as television still around, and football still around, and it's on broadcast television.
We're going to have an AI version of Curt Menefee.
I know.
Yeah, just like some sort of a Boston Robotics type of thing, just leading the show for you in about 10. So, well,
every word I ever spoke will be put into a computer somewhere and spit back out,
Time to go sue for those for the rights to all that. All right. Hey, Curt, we appreciate it. You do a great job. I hope it's at least another 20 years. It's awesome watching you. It's always great to have you on the show as well. Even better if Brock can't hear you and can't talk, but unfortunately we got stuck with him for a little while, and so we'll have to do it again soon.
I'll come back on for those 20 years as well.
All right, there you go. There's Curt Menefee
right,
of
guys.
Fox, and obviously one of the greats in the business, Brock.
Yeah, and I think he's a little more on your side of this, and I think there is some real wisdom on your side of it. Be real careful here. Be real careful. Even if there is some resolution, and even if we do hear from Miss Diana, and the way this works and history has told us, there could be another shoe.
There's almost always another shoe to drop somewhere. Yeah. There's almost always another shoe to drop somewhere. All right, we're late. We'll come right back. It's Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 7.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle Sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
Looking for the best deal on a new home? Discover the D.R. Horton Home of the Week. With new home communities from Lacey to Stanwood, D.R. Horton has the right home for the best value. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Summer starts at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Adventure in the 26 Tacoma TRD Sport, leasing at $399 a month with $1,000 TFS cash. Earn $3,000 in customer cash on the Tundra, leasing at $469 a month, and the 4Runner at $369 a month. All leases, 36 months, $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through June 1st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
It's National Safe Boating Week, and America's Boating Clubs of Washington wants you to know boating can be safe and fun. Always wear a life jacket, never boat under the influence, and take a safe boating course. America's Boating Clubs offer free Coast Guard approved vessel safety checks, boating skills courses, on-the-water training, and social activities. An educated boater is a better boater. There are 10 America's Boating Clubs throughout Washington State. Go to soundboating.com. America's Boating Clubs of Washington.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Let's talk real for a sec. Summer is supposed to be about sunshine and kids having fun. But when the kids are home all day, that grocery bill, yeah, it grow fast. That's why I want you to know about Sunbucks and why our friends at Safeway are helping get the word out. If your family qualifies, you can receive $120 per child to spend on groceries this summer, food in your cart, and a little less pressure on that budget. And let me be clear about this. There's no catch, no judgment. This program is simply about making sure kids have enough to eat when school is out. Here's the important part. Many families are enrolled automatically, and a card may already be headed to your mailbox. But some families do need to apply depending on income and where you live. So take a couple minutes and check. Visit freesummermeals.org. That's freesummermeals.org. Safeway, looking out for your family this summer. Once again, that's freesummermeals.org.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Get his freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, we'll see if we can get back on track here before Trash Takes at 9:45. Tomorrow, by the way, I do want to get back to some of the Colt Emerson conversation we've had this week. And we'll do that with Justin Toole, who is the director of the farm system, kind of director of player development for the Mariners. And I do want to hear a little bit more about the call-up and the process and what they've got going here with Colt Emerson and then some of these other young guys, because the pipeline continues to be tremendous for the Mariners with a lot of these young players. And so we'll talk to Justin tomorrow at 8:30, Brock. In the meantime, it's hard to get away from a story like last night. If you were watching the game, you had to just have this sense of like, what in the world am I watching? Because it didn't look like any other baseball game that you see, right? You end up watching Bryce Miller throw 5 dominant innings, no hit, into the 6th. And then with 2 outs in the 6th at 72 pitches, he's out of the game. Okay, well, you got to bring in a lefty in that spot. All right, I can kind of understand it. But it all kind of works out for Luis Castillo to do the piggyback, and he looks great for an inning, not good for an inning, but gets out of it, and then to go back out in the 9th. Okay, if he's going to go out in the 9th, then you're probably finishing the 9th. Like, then you're saying, I don't want to use Andres Munoz tonight. But instead, he walks 2 batters. Then you get the strikeout. But the strikeout comes while the manager tries to go out to the mound a second time in a row. That was bizarre. And that doesn't exactly lend any extra confidence to, what the heck do they know what they're trying to do out there?
You're not allowed to go back out, and that's on me. I thought we could still go out and make the change. And, thankfully Rock got the out, got the punch out, and we were able to make the change. But, once the pitching coach goes out, he has to see another hitter.
Yeah. I mean, I think we knew that.
Just sped up.
Just sped up. Having that,
and it's sad that it
in
sped up
this
with
game,
and it's sad that it sped up with so much previous success.
Mm-hmm.
The Bryce was that good, and it was almost I love his cocky walk. When he starts feeling it. Oh yeah. Love that little cocky walk. And I don't know how to characterize the walk off the mound. He's shaking his head, and he's just like, this just ain't right. This just ain't right, and it ain't right. And he's done nothing. Right, to be pulled at that point, because he's built up to go 90. Like, let's go. I'm on it. I'm going to get this guy out. I'm going to pitch the 7th. And I know you all wanted to do this, but the best laid plans, we can keep them laid is laid plans over there, because you know what? I'm the best. And that's exactly the mentality you want. And therein is some of the frustration, let alone, Salk, on the offense. I mean, we're spending all this time, rightfully so, but these decisions can all be minimized if you do anything on the offensive side.
Of course they can. I mean, that is That is an overarching principle.
One hit by that outfit over 9 innings.
It's brutal, man. And it's now happened 2 out of the last 3 games. I mean, like, you are in one of those stretches where this offense just looks like it can't do anything. And it's probably not an accident that coincides with Cal Raleigh being on the shelf. I mean, like, he's a big part of the way this offense was designed, but it should also be deep enough to be able to handle some of those losses. But look, no Cal, no Robles, no Donovan. That's 3 guys that you're expecting to have in your lineup, and especially against lefties. Then you take JP out of it last night. Yeah, I mean, like, that's a recipe for getting one hit. Cole Young is slumping a little bit now, and so if Randy and Julio and Naylor don't do anything, and last night Julio had their only hit, there's not really any spots left in that lineup where you're expecting a lot. You might get it, but you're not expecting it. And so, yeah, obviously that's an overarching problem, but last night was more acute, I think, because regardless of the hitting, you're up 1-0 late in the game.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it just, you're right, you said it earlier, it's just almost karma, like the baseball gods just punishing you for trying to outthink the room. Like, you're not going to get away with this without having to make some awful decision late in this game. I don't mean awful like it's going to be like you're going to make the wrong one. I just mean like you're going to have an impossible choice.
Right.
Like you're going to end up having to make a difficult choice late in this game, and whatever you choose is going to go against you because the baseball gods are going to punish you.
Even if you had brought Mooney out in a clean inning and he goes 1, 2, 3 and you win, there's still something just uncomfortable.
Absolutely, because then you're saying, wait a minute, why did I go through all this?
Why did we do all of this?
To still use your 2
Ferrer and Mooney.
It doesn't make any sense. Who are now not going to be available tomorrow.
And have a ticked-off starter.
And now, look, you're probably going to get Matt Brash back today, maybe even. I don't know. I mean, it's 9 o'clock. I haven't heard anything yet. I would hope that Matt was going to be ready. I actually thought he was going to be available last night, right? Like we sort of talked about that as a possibility. So maybe he does need one more rehab. I don't know. I was sort of hoping he'd be available. Maybe that allows you to start using Munoz. But if you can use Munoz, use him in the 9th.
Mm-hmm.
Why bring him in a panic a couple of innings? And by the way, you're trying to delay and get him out there sooner. Like it just unfortunately doesn't feel like a plan. And when you hear everyone afterwards kind of biting their tongue, that's what it sounds like anyway. I'm putting maybe my own opinion on that, but it sure sounds like Bryce is biting his tongue. And Dan, he'll give you a lot of ums and knows in general, but when it happens last night after the mistake coming out to the mound and then just the way the whole thing went down, it falls pretty flat.
A much fairer way to characterize it is not biting his tongue, swallowing hard.
All right.
I think very clearly Bryce was swallowing.
He was swallowing hard. Yeah.
Swallowed some words because he's ticked.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
No, I wasn't. I thought I'd pitched the ball well up till then. I wasn't thinking I was coming out, but I tried. But
yeah, I tried to tell him.
Oh, man.
Tell him this plan's a little funky.
That is a one hard swallow. That is
play
one
Rogers.
very, very hard
right
swallow,
Stop.
Brock.
Stop.
Brock. Was that a hard swallow? Do you want me to play it? No?
No.
All right.
Well,
no? Maybe?
Sure. You got it?
I don't think I do, actually.
No,
I'd have to, find it.
No, don't find it.
Okay.
Let's get to everything you need to know.
Next on Brock Salk.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Hey, homeowners, are you stuck? You find yourself stuck right now on that credit card treadmill. You're stressed because your consumer debts and your monthly payments are too high. Things are just not adding up. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with a smart solution for you. Your home's equity in the Seattle Metro is probably larger than ever. It's like you're sitting on a whole bunch of cash. Why don't you consider a cash-out refinance with Tila Mortgage to consolidate those high-balance credit cards, second mortgages, home equity lines, credit and student loans, or simply get some cash for a remodel you've always wanted to do. With interest rates coming down, consolidating your debt now may just be the best decision you ever make. And with excellent client reviews and trusted in Washington State for over 25 years, TILA has competitive rates on refinance, purchase, and reverse mortgages too. Spelled T-I-L-A. TILA is a name that you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. And they're ready for your call this morning. 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888. TILA Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. MLS 2472046.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
The NFL schedule dropped, and it is time to settle up, people. There's road trips to plan, hotels to book, tickets to split, tailgates to cover, scores to settle. All the things for the season. But now, when you send $10 or more to a friend with PayPal by May 28th, you could win 2 tickets to every home game of your favorite team. Yep, the whole season. Visit paypal.com/P2P sweeps. No purchase necessary. See website for details, including how to enter by mail. Brought to you by PayPal, official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL.
Spring is a perfect time to make improvements that protect and add value to your home. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For decades, homeowners across the Pacific Northwest have trusted our team for roofing, siding, windows, and custom decking. This spring, save up to $3,000, or qualified homeowners can take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate.
Thinking about investing in home upgrades? Worry less and save more with Snohomish PUD's network of trade allies. These are trusted local contractors who can install heat pumps, insulation, new windows, and more. And when you work with a PUD trade ally, you can unlock instant rebates. This means lower upfront costs, lower energy bills, and work done by vetted pros. Find a PUD trade ally at snowpud.com/rebates.
Rev up family fun this month at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Bring the kids for hands-on learning and creativity at Family Steam Day. Design, build, tinker, and learn together as automobiles come to life in the Education Studio and Family Zone. Visitors under the age of 18 receive free admission on Family Steam Days. For dates, times, and details on these and many more events, visit americascarmuseum.org. That's americascarmuseum.org.
Mariners and White Sox this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Dave Wyman here with an interesting story. A woman was about to donate a box of jewelry, but her friend told her, take it to Bellevue Rare Coins first. She walked out with a check that far exceeded her expectations. Old jewelry, coin collections, gold watches, necklaces, and pendants. It's worth finding out what those items are worth during such a strong market. Before you give anything away, get it checked out at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, and Tacoma. Go to BellevueRareCoins.com.
Well, spring is all about getting ready for summer, isn't it? Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and working out in your own home, well, it is the best. We've been doing so for years. And you can allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. And right now, get spring special financing with 0% interest for 12 months. Plus, mention me and receive an $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000. Spring is here, so go get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or simply visit topfitness.com for more info.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, we talk about the losses that are going to happen over the course of the year, and that wasn't one of them. That one didn't need to happen, certainly not with Bryce Miller dealing the way he was yesterday. He was really phenomenal almost right from the start. I mean, he was great. That's as good as I've seen Bryce Miller in a while.
The windup and the 0-2 to Kelnick. Swing and a miss. Strike three. That's going to retire the side. What a night for Bryce Miller. That is strikeout number 8 on the evening for Bryce. He has gone 5 scoreless innings. The White Sox without a hit.
Yeah, that one came off Jared Kelnick, which is also just sort of fun. It was all going swimmingly until it wasn't. Castillo, pretty good in the 7th. In fact, very good in the 7th. Okay, gets out of trouble in the 8th, and disaster strikes in the 9th. Munoz ends up giving up the tying and then winning run on a couple of infield singles. It's not like they were hard hit, but unfortunately, once you got the infield in and you're protecting, yeah, you've put yourself at a disadvantage, and it ends in a way that I think is very, very frustrating for everybody. And yes, the offense was a problem as well. Dan talked about it.
I mean, like I said early, I thought the at-bats were good. We were putting, long at-bats. We were seeing pitches, I think he was, kind of spraying the ball quite a bit early. He found a little bit better command later on, he can be difficult when he's able to command the ball.
That one's even a little trouble for me. Mm-hmm. Were the at-bats good early, or was he spraying the ball? Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe a little bit of both, but the real quality of an at-bat, you need that once the guy starts getting his command. That's when your at-bat needs to improve, and they weren't able to do that last night.
Yeah. Well, you got a third of the lineup is just not what you were counting on and struggling in anything. If you get anything from them, you're kind of happy about that. The leadoff man you want to play, you got to get Rob Refsnyder going.
Mm-hmm.
This has not ever been any facsimile in his entire life of what Rob Refsnyder has been. This is 31 games, and he's hitting a .09. And just not even making contact.
Never been him.
And then you got the young pups at the bottom of it against a tough lefty that, you're going lefty. And so, yeah, it was a recipe for a real struggle offensively.
Yeah, I mean, you really needed those, Julio and Naylor and Randy to do something last night. Julio had a hit, but unfortunately just not able to generate much of anything. So they do end up falling 2-1 to the White Sox. They're now 23-27. They're still 2 games out. I mean, it's not like this thing is over. And hopefully a few months from now, we're going back and going, wow, what a great turning point that was. They kind of got it all together after that. Mm-hmm. But I do think that it is now kind of a crucial watershed kind of a moment. How they handle this now moving forward, I do think is an important message to the players, to the fan base, to everybody.
Because not only the handling the lack of execution, now you got to handle some emotion, too.
Absolutely. Yeah, some frustration that you haven't had to deal with yet.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The Roger Goodell thing, I don't know whether this is really a big deal or not. This might have been under no news, Brock, when we used to do good news, bad news, no news. But he did kind of refute the reports yesterday that the market for the Seahawks sale has been soft. He just said, no, it's fine. Everything has been exactly what we expected. He said the report was maybe not accurate. I don't know. I don't. Seth Wickersham's been pretty accurate too many times for me to come away from it and say, oh, it's probably just an inaccurate report. Like, that guy's pretty money with his reporting.
Yeah. And when it comes to big money and when it comes to market conditions and when it comes to leveraging different numbers and sales and trying to drive up leverage, markets can change. And when Seth Wickersham is talking to people 3 weeks ago, maybe it was like, they're not going to get to the double-digit number. It's a little softer than we thought. And then all of a sudden when there's 2, 3, 4, I don't know why Polymarket now has Jeff Bezos as the leading odds maker. Did he come back into the fold? And all of a sudden he say, okay, I'm glad all y'all put it together. Here's this.
I just don't see that happening, man. Yeah. That feels like, I mean, I don't want to get too deep into how those sites work, Polymarket and Kalshi and all that, but it doesn't feel quite right. That's for sure.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And then the great news that I read yesterday, what does Polymarket have as the potential site for a PGA Tour stop here in Seattle?
High Cedars.
Well, it sounds like
Golf
the
and
Sports
Country
Business
Club.
Journal reported like it's going to happen. 2028, an announcement possibly coming soon. And Sahali would be the favorite at that point to land a regular tour stop.
I'd like to see Rory shoot a 55 at High Cedars. Just bomb them over
Why
the
not just get up
trees.
to the Nile? See if they can shoot like
Same
an
thing.
18.
Best hot dog. Oh, you want to talk about the best hot dog there is on the PGA Tour? Be right there at the old Nile.
Yeah. I mean, even if you get a PGA Tour event, it's unlikely that it
What
would
about Coyote
be.
Creek? I mean, over there at Willows.
Hey, that 5,900 yards. Yeah, I'm sure those guys wouldn't have a problem with that at all. I would be. I mean, you probably wouldn't get a signature event, especially not right away.
Right.
So you're probably going to be watching a couple of guys that you've heard of, and then a lot of other guys that I have heard of, but most people have not. Like, gotta have to, like, even as exciting as it is, maybe temper the expectations, because getting a signature event is now kind of a
How
big
does
deal.
Banded Dunes not have ever had? Like,
I think just getting people there,
yeah,
right? I mean, it's just not a population center, right? Are there any tour events that are in the middle of nowhere? Not many. Other than the ones like Bermuda, those types of places, like there aren't really a lot of.
Whistling Straits? Is that in the middle of anything?
I don't know. I think it's not that hard to get there from either Milwaukee or Chicago.
All right.
I think. That's everything you need to know. I don't really know that. I just said it with a slight degree of confidence and sort of hope that it's true. But I'm going to look it up, obviously, in the break to see whether or not it's accurate.
No, it's actually just south of Alberta, way up there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's fairly, because it's on the lake there, right? So I think it's fairly close to either Chicago or Milwaukee.
Okay.
I think there's some population that can make it to Whistling Straits.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
All right, we were going to do this yesterday, then we were going to do it this morning. Then Brock secretly scheduled AJ Pierzynski to come on the show and didn't tell anybody. I actually did, but I didn't see the text. So, all right, let's get to what we were going to do 2 hours ago, because I think when you hear these two cuts back to back, they tell a pretty good story about where we're at right now. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy coming up next at 10.
That's right. That's what this news feels like.
Committee for
So there's going to be a committee
announcement.
to decide whether they're going to make an announcement and when they're going to make an announcement.
Give Seattle a team.
Bump and Stacy with Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross next at 10.
I hope you guys are prepared to be embarrassed by my behavior.
We're going to be on Hard Knocks for sure.
We're definitely going to be on Hard Knocks because I will drag us in front of these cameras.
On Seattle Sports.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
The warm weather has me thinking about summer plans. Stacy here to add one thing to the top of your list. Book a demo and check out the brand new all-electric wake boat from ARC. I got a ride in a brand new ARC Sport, and it was like a luxury EV on the water. Quiet, powerful, easy to operate, and low maintenance. They're doing demos in Lake Union, Lake Washington, and Lake Sammamish. Honestly, if I could drive one of these to work, I would. Schedule your demo at arcboats.com/demo. If you can't make it out to Kirkland, they'll pick you up. arcboats.com/demo.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Woodworker, check. Metalworker or material handler, check. Equipment Sales and Surplus in Auburn offers competitive pricing on leading brands like Jet, Powermatic, Wilton, Bailey, and others. Whether you're a hobbyist or a fabrication shop needing metal forming machines, they have hundreds of machines and accessories. The only dealer offering scratch and dent and discounted items. Check them out in Auburn. EquipmentSalesandSurplus.com. Your go-to for woodworking, metalworking, or material handling. That's EquipmentSalesandSurplus.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
My first car sale was from Michigan. I get this lead. This guy had been looking for this very specific truck across the whole U.S., and he's concerned about rust. And I'm like, why don't we FaceTime? I will crawl beneath the truck. I literally was on my back beneath this vehicle, showing him all the welds that he wanted to see. He agreed, put down a deposit, held the truck, flew out that night from Michigan. I picked him up at the airport. He had his cashier's check. We went through everything, and that was my first car sale. So here's the catch. If you're willing to put a limit on what you're willing to do to be a good person, to help somebody out, or to help in the community, then that limit exists. So you don't. You just do what it takes to be the type of person you want to be and to help people like you hope that they would help you. And it doesn't matter. You just do what it takes.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Mariners and White Sox this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Hi, Chef John Howie here. At Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue, we've been serving the East Side for more than 24 years. We love serving our guests and creating wonderful memories. We also love serving the community, from local schools to amazing organizations like Hope Link, the American Cancer Society, Bellevue LifeSpring, and so many more. I want to thank you, our guests, for supporting Sea Star all these years, making it possible for us to serve and help those in need. Thank you. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, $6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Prices participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in California and Hawaii.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Does anyone really know? No one ever really knows much of anything, especially in the game of baseball where everything changes so quickly. Everything is so ephemeral and just so difficult to pin down, and there's two sides and then it changes. Like, baseball is very difficult to...
Is that the Lumineers?
Huh?
Is that the Lumineers?
Is what the
Nobody
Lumineers?
knows how the story ends.
I don't know. I'm not a huge Lumineers fan. I know that one song with the big drums and stuff. Isn't that the Lumineers?
I think
we saw the end of them when they opened for Tom Petty, but we missed most of that. So
Gotcha.
I don't have a lot of Lumineers.
Nobody knows.
experience.
Nobody knows how the story unfolds.
Well, that's for sure. I mean, also nobody knows but Jesus. Like, there's that song too, right?
Okay.
You know that song?
Oh, you the worship song?
I mean, I just know it from Spaceballs, but sure. She's a baritone? Who knew? So if no one really knows, we got a little extra proof of that this week. And I thought it was just interesting to hear two of the foremost experts on the Mariners, Jeff Passan and Justin Hollander, one of whom is a primary source. And we asked both of them about this, right? So we're talking to Justin and say, hey, first third of the year is for figuring out who the team is. He agrees, like, yeah. And then the second third, you start to make your moves to make some fixes and all of that. Okay, well, here we are. We're about a third of the way. Do you know who this team is?
Not at all. I think that, we have a group of really talented, hardworking, dedicated players who prepare in the right way. And we need to find a way to translate that into sort of more competitive series to series wins. I don't think it's a talent issue. I don't think it's a work ethic issue, but I do think that everyone in our clubhouse and our coaching staff and our front office would say that, we're not where we want to be or should be right now. And we need to figure out how to translate all those positive traits into more series wins right now.
He wasn't joking, right? I mean, when he says, I don't know, I don't think he was joking. I guess it's possible he was just kind of making a joke. No, of course I know, but I don't know. I didn't get the sense he was joking. I think he's saying, I still don't really know who the team is because they've not acted and played the way we expected them to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because some of, the expectations, you didn't expect Cal to struggle the way that he did, even pre-injury or Naylor's first month of the season, and he certainly warmed it up and gotten it going. Julio and Randy have certainly done their thing. Randy even above and beyond anybody's expectations. But, Luke Raley to hit 10. I mean, some of the things you didn't expect have turned out really positive. And then some of the things that you're like, there's quite a track record of this, have just turned out to be almost a net below zero.
Yeah. And that does happen. I mean, you are going to get surprises in any baseball season, but obviously, I mean, this is not a team you should be looking at on May 20th and say, oh my God, they're 4 games below 500. That's just not what this roster was set up to do. Similarly, we talked to Jeff Passan yesterday, and after he brought up kind of on his own, hey, this is why I'm talking about this being the beginning of a great era of Mariner baseball and all the young talent and everything they've done. I mean, he's going on, and then you ask him, all right, well, then why are they 3 or 4 games under 500?
We're at the point now where we're almost, at the end of the week, we're going to be about a third of the way through the season, guys. And there's been no point that I've watched the Mariners this year where I've said to myself, boy, this is a really good baseball team. You see stretches, you see bits and pieces, that if it all comes together at the same time, that it's gonna bear fruit.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to come back to what I said at the top of the hour. And I feel this way even stronger listening to those comments and re-listening to them. This team is betwixt and between. And there's any multitude of reasons why. But they're betwixt and they're between. Some of it defensively, some of it offensively, some of it pitching, some of it platoon, some of it role development, some of it the in-and-out nature and the transient nature of this roster through 50 games. But I think that's the simplest way I can say it. They just feel betwixt and between, which as an athlete is the worst place. When I know, and I'm pre-snap, and I'm breaking the huddle, and I know my assignment, and I know the defense, and I know the snap comes in my hand, I know where I'm going with the ball, I feel great. When I'm in a system I don't know, when I'm facing a defense that's confusing me, when I take the snap and I'm betwixt and between, it's a problem. It's a problem. And I think that's your golf club, Salk. I think that's in a batter's box. I think that is on a football field. I think that's anywhere across so much different carryover in sport. You need clarity. And this team through 50 games has had very little clarity.
I think you and I take this in very similar directions, Brock. I mean, we might say it in slightly different ways, but I think we're going to end up saying very much the same thing. I mean, to me, this explains some of the back and forth in inconsistency of this season. The good wins followed by the ridiculous losses. They had the feel-good win of the year on Monday night, right, with Colt Emerson coming up and the home run. I mean, that is the feel-good story. Everyone's excited. No matter how frustrated you might be, it's hard not to watch that and be like, oh, my God, I want this to work. Let's go. This kid is like everything you're hoping for, and you put him with Julio and Colt. You're so excited.
Yep.
Only to come back the next day and have what I would describe as the most crushing loss of the season. Honestly, it's the first loss all season that's really gotten to me.
More than the more than the Emerson Hancock 14 strikeout game.
Yeah, even more than that.
Really?
Yeah, because of the self-inflicted nature of it all. I don't know. Maybe that one bothered me too. I'd have to go back and kind of.
That one was pretty rough.
I'm sure it did. That was the Royals, right? I'd have to go back and figure that out.
Yeah,
There was some oddity in there, but this one really got to me because it was predictable. I thought because you looked at this at the beginning and are like, well, this doesn't make any sense. What if they had taken Emerson Hancock out in that game in the 5th inning? Like that's essentially what they did. Like, this guy's dealing. Why in the world would you take him out of this game? He looks so good, but you pre-decided this whole thing. It never made sense. And ultimately, Brock, I think that's what kind of bugs me. You heard Jeff Passan's call piggybacking kind of a minor league thing yesterday. And when you say betwixt and between, is this a World Series year? Or is this a minor league type of a deal where we're experimenting with a piggyback? Those two things don't go together.
And when do I go to the lefty? And when do I go to the righty? And why am I leaving a righty and on a righty? And why am I leaving the lefty on the lefty here? But I'm not leaving it there. And again, I'm not naive. They have infinitely more information, and many of those decisions and are talked through and walked through before the game.
Mm-hmm.
But it does leave, even an esteemed broadcaster like Goldie, I can hear in his voice.
Oh, he's just confused.
Okay, you got two lefties on the bench.
Well, and because sometimes it goes. Okay, so I mean, the first time they played the Padres, right? They made sure that Luke Raley was not going to hit against Morejon.
Correct.
Right? That's the worst matchup you can have. That's probably as bad a matchup as they might face all year.
On paper.
Canzone, not ideal, but probably better even in that situation than Raley. Raley's the one guy. I can actually even see if they were to let Canzone hit against lefties a little more often.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'd like it, but I wouldn't hate it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like, all right, he's young. He's still figuring it out. He's actually had better at-bats than you would think against lefties. He's drawn some walks. Like, the numbers aren't horrific. Like, all right, like, hey, if you want to experiment with a little more Canzone against lefties, fine. But then the next time around, you pinch hit for Canzone, not Raley?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just, these things don't make a ton of sense.
Is it numbers or is it feel? Is it feel or is it numbers? Is it the plan, predisposed that this is what we're going to follow, or we're going to get into it and have a plan that when a player excels, again, I'd be hard pressed to believe we're going to see this again. It just, when you have a player outperform the plan, and you got to pull them because
it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Guys that you don't really want to burn. Like, that's just the downside of it, right? As you evaluate the upside and the downside of different decisions and plans. This one's just like too many downsides and not enough upside, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I would agree on all of that. I really hope that this gets launched to the moon. I hope we don't see this again. I hope this is a one-time deal. That's the end of it. Move past it, and now an opportunity for Dan to kind of figure out what he wants to do with the team moving forward, how he wants to move past this, how he wants to kind of reclaim it, and start getting this team playing sharper, cleaner baseball and moving forward, because I think they need to do that. I mean, it's not just that last night was like one mess up in a season that has mostly gone really well. I think you hear from Bryce Miller and more really like this cut, and I think for good reason, because he's talking about kind of the adversity they've faced all season long.
We all know that like this clubhouse has the tools and has the right players. The last few years, it's been like we're trying to chase. We think we deserve to be there, and we got to go prove it and all that. This year, like, it's different. We know, like, we're the best team in the AL West. We know that we should be the best team in the American League, and it's like at times we just haven't proven it. So we haven't. I don't know. Sometimes we don't have that attitude of like everybody's coming to beat us, and kind of just flat sometimes. And I think it is a tough spot because we know how good we are and how good we should be. I mean, it feels like we've given games away multiple times, and it's the season's still early, and luckily the division has been pretty bad, so we still got plenty of time. But I don't know. I feel like at this point we very easily could be 5 to 10 games up on the division and separating, but still got time. It's May, so.
That's a lot to say, honestly, for a guy that has only played in 2 games this year.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty impressive, right? I mean, like, he's been there, he's observed it all, he's a part of it, but wow, like, that's a lot.
He also got you to the ALCS last year.
Understandable.
He also took that ball.
I'm not criticizing him for it. Please don't make a mistake. I actually am impressed that he's got, that level of feel and comfort to be able to say, and it tells me, Brock, that there's a lot of underlying feelings there, because if he's just coming back his second game back, and he's got that level of conviction about what he thinks the problems are. It tells me those problems are fairly deep.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty transparent with a guy that's pretty frustrated last night. Like, we're not handling these expectations well. I can say betwixt and between, and that's one part, whether that's scheme or decision making. The other side of it is, yeah, man, you are a target now, right? You are the team that had some odds to get to the World Series. You were a team that was 9 outs away from the World Series. You are a team that everybody nationally and locally has very much said is a very talented team and talented enough to win the whole.
Well, you heard Justin Hollander say it in the cut we just played. They know they're talented, but they. I can't tell you what the one single problem is, but I think that I'm looking at 4 or 5 things that all come together and create a challenge. One, you embrace the whole idea of the World Series right off the bat, which was always a little uncomfortable for me, and I'm guessing I'm not the only one. We know what expectations do to people in this sport in particular, but right now in sports in general. Playing with the lead, playing when you're supposed to is one of the hardest things to do in sports today. And we see it over and over and over and over again. So that was one. Number 2 for me has just been all of the in-game decision-making throughout. And you're right, Brock, very betwixt and between. Just no real sense of here's how we handle these situations. When this comes up, this is what we do. Yep. And it unfortunately has varied, and it's moved back and forth. And when that happens, then you're like a guy playing blackjack who sometimes hits 16 against the 10 and sometimes doesn't, and ends up getting it wrong each time because you don't have any consistency. Playing the numbers only works if you consistently play the numbers, right? A strategy in blackjack, and I honestly believe that baseball is as close to blackjack as you can get because of the process versus the results. That only works if you're playing the numbers. Yeah, if you hit one time 16 against the 10 and you lose, you're like, well, this is the dumbest strategy ever. Like, well, yeah, because the odds were against you. But if you do it every single time, you will give yourself a marginally better chance to succeed than if you don't. Well, you have to do it every time. And they don't. Sometimes it's this and sometimes it's that. And then we're going to do this and then we're going to try it that way. And then you end up in the bind like last night where you're trying something that no one does. No one does this. No one does this in the league. This is not something that is done. And you're trying it in a World Series contending year?
With 2 established
starters. It is not done. You heard AJ Pierzynski say, like, yeah, all right, sometimes somebody's hurt, or you're down a guy, or you're trying to get through something, or in the minor leagues when the win isn't the most important thing, but you've got to protect everybody's innings. Okay, fine. But this is a World Series contention year by your own, not just admission, by your own excitement. Why are you experimenting? If Luis needs to go to the pen, send Luis to the pen. And if they do this again, to me, you're just doubling down to continue blackjack, but you're doubling down on the wrong cards. You're not doubling down on 11. You're doubling down on 14. I'm baffled by it. It has never made any sense to me. And I'm reading a million texts. Brock, honestly, like, the text messages today are as angry as I can ever. They're angrier today than they were after Game 7 of the ALCS. I've read more calls for managerial change today than I did after Game 7 of the ALCS. I have read more frustration and anger and just complete confusion about what the heck that was last night than I have at almost any other point that I can remember covering baseball.
One of the hardest, I brought this up on my little chat last week. Well, you remember one of the hardest conversations we had with a consultant, that radio consultant that sat us down for lunch a couple years into our show.
Wayne Griggs?
It says, hey, names, stay out of this. What is your show? Well, it's, what's your show? And, we were betwixt and between trying to define what your show is. 50 games in, what is this team? When the GM and one of the most esteemed baseball voices can't clarify that and define that, That's why you're 23 and 27.
I think that's all very, very true. We'll get back to it tomorrow, and obviously they get a chance to win today and put some of this in the rear view. Hopefully Emerson Hancock goes out and does what he's done throughout the year, because they could really use a tremendous start from him. I don't know how many folks are going to be available in that pen.
Freaking numbers.
That would help also. There's no doubt. In the meantime, though, I want to hear what you guys have for me today. Well, let's do some trash takes.
Get it together. Don't look like trash.
Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was trash. On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
Who won last week? It was a tie last week, right? Me and Maura tied.
No,
I
Maura
won.
won.
Oh, and then you gave it to her just to rip me.
No, she won. She was she had a better trash take than you.
Seems fairly common in this.
I thought he eliminated you, and it was between me and
No.
Yeah.
He eliminated Lyle, and it was me with the Caitlin Clark.
That's true, but we went with
Insanity.
Morris was so good.
It was the Max Kellerman.
That was so
saying
stupid.
That the media was disgusting.
Oh, it's the
for their coverage
media's
of the
fault. The
Rossini Vrabel.
media's fault. The media's always
You know
at
who
fault.
we've not heard from hardly at all today? Lyle. Is Lyle alive?
No.
Or did he swallow his tongue like Bryce Miller? You all right, Lyle? That one got you last night, huh?
Oh, I haven't said much today. It must be a coincidence, honestly. You guys were just filling up all the airtime. I didn't have anything to add to this. So.
Oh, really?
Oh, no.
Did we get it right today, Lyle?
What's up?
Did we get it right today in our conversation?
Yeah.
That's good to know. Well, Lyle, why don't you go first then for trash takes?
Okay. This is from Will Clark. I don't know. This popped up on my feed.
Will Clark?
Yesterday.
Will the
and-
Thrill?
Francisco Giant?
Yeah,
That's
who had a really
smooth.
good career, but he was on a podcast talking, and I mean, I don't know. You can just listen.
You're starting to get back into the at-bat. You're getting back into the count. And so, you try to talk to people about that now, and they're like, we don't need to do that. I'm swinging for the fences. I'm like, yeah, it's because you're you don't want to hit 300. You don't want to help your teammates out, and you don't care about striking out. That's why you strike out 150 times and hit 230, 240. So all of you guys in the major leagues that hit 230, 240, you guys are not hitters.
All right, man. Like, I don't even think I need to add context to that.
No, you don't.
I love that. What do you hate about that, Lyle? Why is that trashy?
Why don't you take a wild guess? Have you listened to me express my opinions on how I feel about the game of baseball for however long I've been on the show? You know why I hate that.
How about getting back into a count? How about when you are 0-2 to work that count and try to get back into that count and try to get the odds more in your favor instead of just swinging for the freaking fences?
Hey, Brock, how many current hitters in Major League Baseball are hitting 300?
4.
One of them's Randy, though. One of them's on this team. It's Randy Arozarena, a guy who gets criticized for this as much as anybody.
Yep.
All right. Lyle, thank you. That's Will Clark. Maura, what do you have?
Brock talked to us in one of his Blue 88s about how difficult the Denver Broncos schedule is this year. Colin Cowherd has a conspiracy theory that they have it out for Sean Payton and the league is punishing him.
I'm not a conspiracy guy, but I believe this. I think Sean Payton has a mixed relationship with the league office. He's taken shots at quarterbacks. He's taken Russell Wilson. He's taken shots at coaches. NFL does not like friendly fire. Zip it. Look at Denver's schedule. They're punishing them. The first 6 games, that's the toughest 6-game schedule I have ever seen in my life, and I'm a geek on this stuff.
Okay. If they were going to punish haven't they been supposedly trying to punish the Patriots for things for years? They got like the easiest schedule and went to the Super Bowl last year.
True.
I think that's a little bit of a stretch.
All right.
Okay.
More going with Cowherd.
Take the tinfoil off, Colin.
Brock, what do you got? Angel Reese for me this week? Dion, who you got?
I haven't gone Angel in.
That's only because we've made you feel bad about it.
No, I haven't heard much from her.
She did something the other day. I forget what it was. I saw her on the news.
Surprisingly, I'm going to go with somebody we really like.
Oh, okay.
And I get the opinion. I just think he's pretty wrong on it. It's Michael Wilbon of all people and Stephen A. Smith. Michael and Stephen A. having this conversation.
He's overstated. And by the way, I'm not talking about his career. No.
You should probably say it's about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize.
There we go.
It's about Aaron
Rodgers.
Okay.
He's overstated. And by the way, I'm not talking about his career. No, Aaron Rodgers is the first ballot Hall of Famer, a great quarterback for years. He's irrelevant now. What makes him relevant now? This network talking about him every day in, day out, as if they're hanging on and waiting for, Patrick Mahomes 3 years ago. He's irrelevant. At this point, he's not LeBron James. He's not Tom Brady. He's not playing that way into his 40s. This whole thing is overstated. I knew when I saw breaking news. What breaking news? The only breaking news about Aaron Rodgers now is that he's retired.
Irrelevant?
Okay.
You can hate Aaron Rodgers. Irrelevant?
All right. Well, thank you. I got a pretty easy winner this week. Not hard at all. Brock, I agree with Wilbon, so I don't know where the trash is there at all.
Oh, my God.
Aaron Rodgers is a fool. He's not even good at football anymore.
hate him. You may hate him, and you do.
But he just
He
said
ain't
he's
irrelevant.
irrelevant from a football perspective. He's
No,
only
he's not.
relevant because we keep talking about him. Totally agree with Wilbon. Right there with him.
Wow.
Great take.
You're so biased.
Thank you to Wilbon for having the you-know-whats to say it.
You're biased.
Phenomenal.
Michael Bias.
Maura?
Mine was just kind of silly this week. I get it.
That's not your best work.
It's dumb, though. It's maybe not a trash take, but it's a dumb take.
Yeah. I don't know. It actually might be true. I could see it. He said it was a conspiracy theory type of thing. Like, I could see it. I could see the league trying to,
Sean
punish
Payton
them.
and the Broncos are relevant enough to be punished.
Yeah, I think they are. They went to the AFC Championship game last year. Seems like some funny business going on with the ankle injury. Like, yeah, I could see it. I'm not saying it happened, but I don't think it's crazy. Lyle, easy win this week. Got to be honest. Easy win for Lyle. And here's what I would say to Will Clark if given the opportunity. He's not entirely wrong. Guys absolutely don't try to get back into the count, and there is a completely different way of hitting than when Will was playing, and he was a great hitter when he played. I think where he screws up is calling it selfish and blaming the players for it. They're not doing it because they're selfish. They're doing it because the numbers have shown them that it's a better way to hit. Maybe you could argue with that and say that, well, if you do it this way, the numbers would... You could argue with the numbers and argue with the wisdom of what they're doing, but I would not argue with the intent. I don't think the intent is selfish. I don't think the intent is to be worse at baseball or to just help themselves at the expense of their team. That's the strategy that they've been told works best and that's the most effective way to score. I'm sure Will would not understand any of that, but I would be happy to have that conversation with him and hear him get mad and curse some more. Brock, that might be your worst effort. You and Maura did not bring it this
Aaron
week.
Rodgers is irrelevant. Is all it's showing me is your bias. That's all it's showing me.
No bias.
Exposing
I have
yet
none.
again.
I don't have any. I am the king of trash takes for a reason.
So, do you want to be liked or respected?
Neither.
Sleep on that today, all right?
Neither seems to be
3-hour nap.
working for me, so I just throw up my hands and say whatever. Bump and Stacy coming up next. We'll see you guys.
Here's the things, please.
Oh, yeah. Here's the thing. I wonder what those are going to be about this week. Anything going on? We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning at 6. Until then, the hay. Barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bump and Stacy coming up next at 10.
That's right. That's what this news feels like.
Committee for
So there's going to be a committee to decide whether they're going to make an announcement and when they're going to make an announcement.
Give Seattle a team.
Bump and Stacy with Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross next at 10.
I hope you guys are prepared to be embarrassed by my behavior.
We're going to be on Hard Knocks for sure.
We're definitely going to be on Hard Knocks because I will drag us in front of these cameras.
On Seattle Sports.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Digging in my yard, trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line and now I have to pay a big fine.
The warm weather has me thinking about summer plans. Stacy here to add one thing to the top of your list. Book a demo and check out the brand new all-electric wake boat from ARC. I got a ride in a brand new ARC Sport, and it was like a luxury EV on the water. Quiet, powerful, easy to operate, and low maintenance. They're doing demos in Lake Union, Lake Washington, and Lake Sammamish. Honestly, if I could drive one of these to work, I would. Schedule your demo at arcboats.com/demo. If you can't make it out to Kirkland, they'll pick you up. arcboats.com/demo.
Well, this is pretty fun for me. Normally, Shannon O'Kelly and I are talking physical therapy, but today we are talking First Mark Insurance. You made the call to First Mark. You took the challenge. Why?
Brock, I was looking for a local agency that I could align with similar values, and they've helped us here at IRG. They shop different plans. They find the best plan for you, the best price, the best coverage, great customer service, and great connectivity.
Did they save you any money along the way?
Absolutely, they saved us money. Obviously, here at IRG, I have several needs in the insurance industry, and they look at those needs A to Z, and they find out what kind of coverage you need, what is the best coverage, at what cost, and they're always looking to save money. And again, it's all about providing my company, IRG, great customer service.
Well, Shannon and IRG, they took the challenge. Molly and I, we took the challenge. Are you confident that your business is getting the very best when it comes to your insurance needs? If not, take the First Mark Challenge today, and it's totally free. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Milgard window specialists who have been trained by Milgard to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms. Or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for like so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life. And you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech. Plus, gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st.